$2.98.
That's cheap.
That's not too bad. I was okay with that.
Where'd you get it at?
Home Depot. Yeah, you gotta take a mortgage out to get solder. I'd hate to price good silver solder right now. Be astronomical.
I gotta get rid of this thumb brace. You got masking tape?
Yeah.
Thumbs don't have 3 joints.
At least. I don't see why it's not swelled up. You'd be in a lot of freaking pain if that was brake cleaning too.
It is. I haven't been moving it now since the gnats. I was holding on to that chain and it, I know that's how I got it.
Chains will do weird things.
Guy at work said, "Did you go to the doctor?" I said, "For what?" He said, "Look at it." I said, "Well, I looked at it and I need an aspirin and a thumb brace."
Yeah, I've broken my fingers before and didn't go to the doctor.
They can't do nothing for it.
Well, they could put it back in alignment if it's real bad out of alignment or something.
I can do that too.
Well, I did that. I caught pitching with a broken thumb for a whole season. That was a painful deal. Broke that thumb right in that big knuckle. Actually, the pitcher broke my thumb.
How do you do that?
I caught the ball wrong. I caught the ball, it hit me right here. No padding in the glove right there.
Okay, let's see. We got any watchers? 4 and 2. All right, today's
Painting in the rain.
painting in the rain. It's raining outside.
Something different.
Hi, Paul. So, we're gonna put on a coat of dope, lay some tissue on it, put on another couple coats of dope. That's the drive for the day. Not enough here. Spray bottle?
Plant spray bottle.
Well, I use Windex, but if you just got water, that's fine too.
Over there. Should be.
Shoot, I need to take that box out. Now this has 3 coats of dope on it. This is the glue coat for the tissue. Ball driver. Yeah.
Be 3 of them. Pick your size. How's arthritis in the thumb? Yeah, it hurts every time it rains. It's thumping right now.
Yeah, it's a bummer Bob Brookins passed away.
Yeah.
Well, he went quick.
Well, I think he was suffering longer than what anybody knows about. But type of cancer, I think he died of pancreatic cancer, and that sort of takes you pretty fast. Yeah, let's see.
One of the guys saw my scale shoestring build when I built that prototype kit.
Yeah.
I guess that's Paul. He said, "What do I have to do to make it stunt?" Ain't happening.
Not that kit. Is he talking about that one, or is he talking about the older Goldberg shoestring?
He's talking about that one. Don't even think about that.
You might be able to get by with putting this on and half a sheet out of whack.
Yep.
We'll just go ahead and cut one of these in half. On both at once.
Make sure you cut it the right way.
Yeah, we'll cut it lengthwise. Cut it cross grade and make you put it on in 8 pieces instead of 4. That sounds like a good deal.
Oh, yeah.
I've screwed up like that in the past.
I have too. I mean, I screw up frequently.
We're only human.
That'll be all right. I brought the fuselage to sand on to show them, I screwed up on the blocks. It'll be wide enough.
I just want to double check before I made the cut.
This morning off camera, I roughed it in.
What's the dowling?
Yeah.
Get the second one done.
Yeah. All right. I told you about the adding the blocks to this, which was no big deal. Just, this is an add-on piece, and there's add-on pieces inside. And now it's sanded to shape. If you want to do a nice opening, get a piece of 64th plywood and put on it, sand to that plywood, and then cut the plywood out.
That original airplane had an open front end cowl.
Yeah, I know.
I guess he didn't like making cowls or whatever, so it's easy. You just got a side profile that you see, and the front's wide open. Good cooling to the engine, good access to everything.
Well, I think what this is going to happen, if you look at my Monado, it has an opening because there's no prop extension. The venturi comes out right there, so the opening is going to go all the way up to there,
Is that what you're going to do with that one?
Yeah.
You're going to have to, because like mine, I got to reach underneath that snorkel to get in there to it, and I can't stick my finger in there to choke it if I wanted to turn it over and choke it that way.
Just roughed in.
This is a little fuselage, man.
Yeah.
That's what I said. These things back in that era, that was the deal though. They were made everything little. I guess they foresaw wood shortage.
Okay, when you look at this Silkspan, you want to put the shiny side out. And both sides are halfway shiny, but I think this is shinier. Tell me which side you think is shiniest.
This side.
I chose the other side.
Looking the light out here. Yeah, that side is dull. That side is shiny.
And it's got pinholes in it.
And yeah. Yeah, well, the good thing is doing a solid surface.
Yeah. Okay.
You gonna put some eclipses on it?
No. Nope. Let her rip, tater chip.
Okay.
But you did remind me to go over to this side. A little bit hard to work with that thumb brace on.
Stupid hole.
Yeah.
Pain yards.
I think we ought to add a little more white to that dope.
It's up to you. It won't hurt it, but it's not really the mix that we normally use.
Yeah, because we use crap dope. Put a little more white in there, if you would.
Let's see.
Not quite white enough.
That's gray. That black one fall off. I don't want that black one off there.
It's gonna be in the big can. I'm gonna put an order into Wix for white and clear.
Don't get anything but crystal clear.
$200 probably. Okay, it's stuck down on the perimeter there. Maybe. Oh, yeah, they're just static, those ailerons. Yeah, that green on my canopy is Bob Brookins' color. $50 a quart, which is really cheap, I guess, considering the cost of everything else these days. They're at it again.
Of course. Cold is it out there. It doesn't feel very warm.
It's global warming.
Yeah, right.
Climate change. That covers everything. Changes 4 times a year.
It's done that for millions of years.
Yep.
Ah,
Okay, there we go. That's a little wider. Tinted clear. That's not good. Gotta use my fingers. Oh, I don't like that. It don't like that. Rubbing on wet Silkspan with a paper towel, no good.
I've done it to try to smooth it out. My fingers didn't seem to be working right.
Yeah, it don't matter.
But it's, you gotta have it really wet. Not with dough. That's the last brushed on coat you're gonna do on this, right?
2.
You're gonna put 2 on? Well, I guess you can get away with it on that. Being it's out, so.
Yeah.
Solid wing.
Huh?
Being it's out, it's a sheeted wing. Probably get away with more than that. Nothing. It's not silk, it's Silkspan.
Paper.
It's paper. It's Brodeck lightweight. Light Silkspan. Barcode. Doesn't have a barcode. VH916.
VR.
Light Silkspan, 2 sheets, 24 by 36.
Ridiculous amount of money too.
About $6 a bag or $7, 6.
Considering we used to get it for a dime.
There you go.
What?
I just held the pad up to the camera. It has pinholes in it. So when you're covering open bay wings, be prepared.
You know what I might try? Double covering. Put this on the wings of my next airplane and then put Japanese tissue over the
I've
top.
double covered it with that stuff before.
Have you?
Yeah, it doubles the weight, you know.
Well, Japanese tissue is lighter and it fills faster.
I don't think you don't have the pinholes to contend with Jap tissue.
No, but I can't get it on. You know, I gotta do it on in sections, so I gotta.
Put that down first.
That's what I said. Put that and then put that on top.
Maybe.
We'll try it. Everything's an experiment.
Jap tissues is just such a pain in the butt, and it don't go around corners worth a damn. And
Not at all.
so I always just took scissors and sliced it. And pull a little piece at a time. Hopefully you don't break each one of them little pieces off as you're pulling it.
There's some guys that are really good with it.
I haven't done it enough. That's the problem. You know, you get these free flight guys that had a lot of experience with it. Just so delicate to work with. I meant the barcode on the wing you're covering. It's a Sig Magnum wing.
Unobtainium. Got to get them off eBay or.
Oh, that's a weight box. If you're seeing down here in this corner, the bottom right hand corner of the screen, that's a weight box showing, and this patch up here on the right hand corner, well, on all four corners of the wings on the trailing edge is superfill, where he blended some wood together. Not done with that yet.
Yeah.
$23 to $30 for a roll of solder. For a $5 roll of rosin core solder. Is that thing shedding?
What?
That brush.
No.
Shouldn't shed too much. It's 3 or 4 years old. I don't know what they cost anymore. You get them from Sig for.
That's not a Sig brush.
Yeah, it is.
They don't have a 1-inch. They got 3/4.
Sig brush. Bought it from Sig. One-inch brush.
$45.
They were $3.65 or something when I bought that one.
Yep. Same with the ones that I got. It's somewhere. I don't know where it is.
But they're probably $10 now. I haven't been on the Sig site for a long time. Want scissors?
No, you need a sharp razor blade.
Good luck, boy.
See, I brought sandpaper so I can trim it that way. Let's see. What's the silver content on the solder? Craig asked.
I don't know, it's regular, it's not silver solder, it's rosin core. It says barium solder, which is supposed to have silver in it, but it doesn't have any silver in it. 60, 40, whatever, you know, regular old solder is.
Hold that there, would you?
You clean that razor blade off with the thinner.
No. Come on. Hold it right there.
So I was first taught how to do that. No cutting it with a razor blade. You sand it off, it tapers the edge, makes it damn near invisible.
Yeah.
Tearing the wingtip, that also sands out nice and easy and good. Don't make a cut mark with scissors out there. Just rip it. Or razor blade or anything. You won't have a hard line.
Okay. I don't know what we're gonna do about this horn business.
Pull down. Cover it. It's underneath of it. got any of this trailing edge either.
Almost like we knew what we're doing. Spin it around so I can trim that off. And even the sandpaper gets screwed up.
Well, yeah, 'cause you got that paint on it. Loads it up a little bit. Look at my palm just after rubbing that down. I'll be all white. My hands will be all white after I cut their wing because I use the palms of my hands and.
There we are. I got this side better than that side. I tore it too far down into the tip. Left some exposed wood.
Wondering why you put that extra piece on there.
Tip weight.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's do the leading edge now.
See, I normally let it dry.
Yeah.
You're doing it wet, which is okay.
Yeah. I don't have the luxury of time. I gotta get this done. That's inside the fuselage, so it don't matter.
Yeah, you got a flat spot here.
Do I?
It does feel like it.
No, if I do, I'll have to sand through the tissue and straighten it out. But
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, pull.
It goes all the way down to about here.
Well, we'll see if we can fix it. Huh?
That's enough.
Let me get this. Turn it around. Got a dent right there too. Huh?
Hit this edge right here.
Looks all right.
I'm gonna have to feel it.
Okay, look at it now.
This edge and this edge, not on the top. Hot better not wrong. That's not too bad. Cover that.
Huh?
Cover.
Cover it. Nail it. Can't see it from my house. I always used to think, when I was younger building, that covering the ring was no good because it wasn't glued wood to wood. It was glued wood to paper. What do you think?
It's only as strong as the strongest piece.
Which is the paper coming unglued. Because I will guarantee you, wood to wood, wood to wood joint is stronger than wood to paper.
Well, it's only as strong as the strongest substance of the lot, you know, which would be wood and wood, you know, and wood to paper. Paper's not as strong as wood, so.
Even though paper is wood.
Right, but it's fibers, you know, ground up and cut down. But when you glue two of them together, you're taking that paper and making that wood stronger because you're crossing all the grains of the wood. Because wood, you know, you got all these long fibers in the wood running center of the wing to the tip. And when you put that paper across there, all them little cross grains of paper, you know, glue all that stuff together, so less likely of that wood splitting. So yeah, you're making it tremendously stronger by putting paper on it.
Yep. But is it stronger wood to wood or wood to paper?
Well, depends on how the grain is running. If you run the grain both all the same direction, no, probably not.
Oh, I have a revelation I'll tell you off camera. Just remind me to. I was told by insiders. Did you check the pitch on your propeller?
I haven't. Yeah, I just took it downstairs this morning. So I haven't taken it apart or anything.
Randy says take a 1/2 inch of pitch out and let it go at 9,200.
I already took a 1/2 inch of pitch out of it.
So there ain't enough out of it. Is it 4? Is it under 4?
No, it's probably 4 1/4.
Yeah, take a 1/4 out of it then. Said the flatback prop will work as is.
I couldn't get that flatback prop to work. It wanted to turn too many RPM. I actually pitched that flatback prop up. Put more pitch in it. 'Cause it was a lot less pitch in it to begin with. Well, he told me that before when I called him and talked to him. Move the pipe out. Take some pitch out of the prop. I did both those things.
Tape it.
I'm already 3/4 of an inch more in pipe length than what he wanted. He said 19 1/4. How come at 20 inches? Watch it don't sit right on there too hard. What are you talking about? Pull apart strength when you're talking about wood and paper or wood and wood? What are you talking about? The pull apart strength?
Yeah. Because when I was younger, I used to glue my wings in before covering.
Well, I used to do that too. I don't necessarily like to have the paper between the glue joint, in the glue joint, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The wood to wood, in that situation, wood to wood is stronger.
But it's such a pain in the ass to cover.
Well, yeah, they're a lot harder to cover. Plus, you add strength to your wing by running the covering through the center section and then overlapping it in the center. You add strength to the center section of the wing.
Yeah, that's why this thing's not getting any donuts or footballs or whatever you want to call them.
You know what? I never did that in the past. Put footballs on them or whatever, you know, eclipses.
That was Big Jim's.
I never did that in the past. You know, I've never had a wing fold.
Me neither.
And I put my wing in the fuselage. I butted the covering up to the side of the fuselage, or maybe even left 1/8 of an inch gap there for the fillets, and covered each wing quarter. And I never had a wing fold ever. But then I've always done the basswood mount thing, except years and years ago on them old Sterling kits when I used the platform mount, you know.
And a screw.
You know, and I never had one of them pull out either. But I did stupid stuff, you know. I put in bolts for bell crank pivots, you know, which had threads on them inside the bell crank, and it ran on the threads, and it probably ate the bell crank out, and the airplane didn't last long enough to wear the bell crank out.
$47 minutes on this job. It'll probably take 2 hours to do this.
There's a new scalpel blade right here.
About 2 cuts and it'll be dull.
Well, you know what dulls these things down when you're doping is the dope gets on them and dries. Takes the edge off of it. If you keep some lacquer thinner around and clean it, helps tremendously. You know, wouldn't you know, these doggone things won't fit down in there. Not very good. Not at all, really. You can see if that's, you can use it like that. Just
Yeah.
it won't go down in there very far. Need a bigger handle.
Need the right handle.
Yeah. Need a Nuber Scoober handle.
That was.
I know we talked about Dr. Paper quite a bit in the past. We even did experiment with it.
Don't use it.
Morning, Christopher. It'll work in a pinch. And it acts like medium weight Silkspan.
Sort of.
Sorta. Yeah. You gotta realize it isn't Silkspan, it is paper. And consequently, it doesn't have the same properties as true Silkspan does. And I'm not so sure that what we're getting anymore isn't just paper either, but maybe a little bit different kind.
I got some wrinkles here. I guess I can sand them out.
You need to stretch it long ways.
Yeah.
Lift it from the end.
Get them?
Yeah. I'm getting the ones here. It's going to go this way. Got one out the wing tip on the trailing edge out there. But back on the Dr. Paper deal, I've got an airplane here covered in it, painted and everything. Worst freaking job that I've done yet. Takes a lot of dope to fill it. More than lightweight. We've all switched to just nothing but lightweight. Even on open bay wings. Big airplanes, you know, using rubber band powered Silkspan on big airplanes. Now listen, that's not a good deal if you're going to be flying off a lot of grass and stuff where you got sticks and everything else to contend with. And you might want to think about, if that's your sole place you're flying at, you might want to think about
Polyspan.
Polyspan, yeah.
Polyspan's some good stuff, but it's heavy.
Yeah, I'm not a big advocate. Hello, Jim.
Lynch?
Jim, Mr. Jim, yep. Yeah, it has its drawbacks too. You may, you know, gain a lot in puncture resistance and all that.
Where I got sold on Polyspan was Gary Hayjack was building a Formula S. We were down in his basement. He covered that Formula S with Polyspan. He said, "I got to show you this new stuff." I said, "New stuff," you know, because I'm a tissue paper guy. He said, "Yeah, look at this." And he dropped a screwdriver, but not the pointy end, but first it went boing, boing. And that would have went right through any wing.
Oh, yeah. You know, I would probably myself, I mean, if I had I would probably go with silk.
Too heavy, too much.
But it's the same as Polyspan.
But it's not puncture resistant.
No, it isn't. Neither is Polyspan, really. I mean, you get a sharp enough stick, it's going to stick in it. What's nice about Polyspan is you can heat shrink it.
Right.
And you got to do that when you're doing the wingtips. You got to sort of pull it and stretch it like monocoat and shrink it as you're pulling it and go around your wingtips with it. And you might even have to put a little super glue on it, hold it down. But
I've showed that several times.
But it's heavy. It takes a lot of dope. Got the grain thing. Polyspan is nothing more but Carolina taffeta. It's dress lining. You can buy it at Joanne Fabrics and all in place, and you can get it in different weights.
If we can get it in lighter weight, maybe you ought to try that.
I haven't really looked at it, you know, or looked for it myself, but I know that that's what it is.
How do you know?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Because my mom was a seamstress, and she saw that stuff. She says, "That's dress lining." I said, "Really?" And it's been out on the same thing. You can read it online everywhere. Everybody, it's been said years ago. It's just I don't know the mixture, nylon, rayon, whatever, polyester of some type. There's nothing like a silk finish on an airplane, though. I mean, a well done silk finish. I think probably a lot of all the older guys are more than knowledgeable of silk scarves and everything else being used on airplanes. And
Gotta paint the first coat upside down. That's when we used to boil the dope.
yeah, it gets hot, makes it thinner.
Yeah.
Hold the airplane upside down, the stuff's running down your arms and everything, and you're trying to brush it on upside down. I always brushed it on laying flat and then held it upside down until it dried. But it'll get a big run inside there if you're not careful, and then that'll create a big goober in your finish.
10 and 15. That's Jim.
I covered a little half-A airplane with silk one time, and boy, what a mistake that was. That thing curled up into a pretzel.
Well, it'll definitely kill a finish. I mean, kill an airframe. It'll suck it up.
Suck it up, man. I'll tell you what, it'll warp it out of shape.
This is trash. That's hard as a rock.
It's never been opened. That's what I don't understand. I had a gallon of that too, and they wouldn't replace it either. I called them up about it. Well, how old is it? Well, it's only got a shelf life of a year.
Well, how come Randolph's got a shelf life of 50 years?
I don't know. That's just so they do that so you have to buy new paint every single year and you get the markup. Polyspan also, and I've had this happen to me, so I can attest to this, is if you dent it,
You just heat it again.
well, yeah, I heated it 5, 6, 7 times, and the heat didn't want to take the dent out.
More heat.
I was heating to the point of melting the dope. Didn't want to do that.
More water on it.
Sort of weird here.
Huh?
It's acting sort of weird.
Get more water on it. Nice.
I use the palm of my hand a lot. Unless you can angle the corners and stuff. I'm building a simple profile. Let's see. Kit now from, there's probably 1/16 inch gap in the cutout for the wing after I slide the wing into place.
Stuff some wood in it.
Not sure how to deal with this. That epoxy
Put some wood in
the
it.
heck out of it. No. Take and cut you some slivers of a wood, 32nd inch wood or whatever, and put your little layer all the way around in there with some glue in it and slide it in there. Slide it in there till it's flush. You don't have to try to sand it back or anything under your fillets. Wood's lighter than glue. Wood's just as strong once you get the glue on it and all that stuff. Never fill with epoxy.
No.
And if you have a little spot or two and you're using super fill for your fillets, it doesn't weigh nothing. $5 super chat from Scott.
Thank you, Scott. This is the monthly wrap up. So anything that happens today will get credit to me next month.
Scott Baird.
Yeah.
I guess I'm pronouncing his name correctly, Baird. I'm sorry if I don't. He says he will stick wood in the gap. Very good. Just remember, you're building these airplanes, whether it's kit, scratch build, or whatever, it's only wood. You can take it out, you can replace it, you can add to it, and do whatever you want to with it. You can't get nothing lighter than the wood itself. So just like Sparky built that cowl out of
Show them.
20 pieces of wood.
Take the ball driver and take it off. 3 screws. I did it the wrong way. And the reason why it was done the wrong way is because I was going to build it like the kit said to do it, and I got to thinking I don't really like that, so I had to add on. And I was going to show how I did it, sanded it to shape, but 3 o'clock in the morning, I didn't figure anybody'd be watching.
Is that the time you texted me?
I don't know.
Man, I slept like a baby last night. I didn't get up until almost 6 o'clock.
I figure I'd do this weekend because next weekend we're going to be busy.
Yeah. I don't know how many pieces of wood he's got in this thing, but he's got about at least 10 different pieces of wood, which is fine. I built many a cowl just like this. He used wood glue on all the joints, which makes the sand out much nicer. Doesn't leave a hard spot like super glue and stuff. He's got it all lined with 64th inch plywood, both the cowl and the fuselage, anywhere that they touch. And of course, 64th inch plywood by the nose ring, and he's got this opening here with a big piece of 64th inch plywood on it. And what that'll do is when he hollows that out and makes that opening in that cowl, that'll leave a little teeny hard edge all the way around that cowl so it doesn't get dented or anything. It's easy. And then that's basically it. He's got plywood here, so when the screws go through, they seat against the plywood back here in the back. That's a dead spot for that screw to seat into. And then these are just the liner to go on the inside, and this fuselage has a piece of plywood in it for the same purpose. That screw goes in and sits on that plywood, and then you can tighten it down. You don't not squishing the balsa wood together. Guess most people know that. He lined the exhaust opening with 64th inch plywood. That's just for serviceability. You're putting it off and on, you're dinging it and stuff, and that's so you don't leave little dings and dents in it. He's still got to do the trailing edge here. he'll do the fuselage and this right here with a layer of 64th inch plywood, and then finish it. You know, it's a rough sanded right now.
40 grit.
And he'll finish sanding it. This is about a 3/8 inch centerpiece here that'll all get cupped, and he'll finish the outside shape first to, you know, say 200 grit papers shape, and then that'll give him his finished product, and then he can carve out this inside to final shape. And this whole thing will probably be 3/32 inch thick, maybe an 1/8 inch thick when it's all done. This cowl probably weighs about 1.25 ounces right now. It'll probably weigh a 1/2 ounce when he's done. Maybe even a little less, depending on how good this wood is, really. But
Got this.
there's still a lot there.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of wood there. So
This piece up,
but
this is at an angle. This piece here is thicker than this back here.
yeah, you sanded that down already.
Yep.
See that? So you can see back here in the back, this right here is only about, I don't know, maybe 1/4 inch thick right now. It'll be probably half that thickness.
Because the landing gear sits inside here, so I have to hollow this out, and the landing gear comes out here somewhere.
Yeah. See, somebody said something. Try wetting the Silkspan on a bath towel and blot off the water. I used to do that. I still do that. This works okay. It's fine. Normally, by the time you get it stretched out and the wrinkles out of it and all that stuff, enough water's off of it that there's not too much water on it anymore. That's how I always used to do it. Was I laid out a bath towel and wet my Silkspan on the bath towel, and folded the bath towel over the top of the Silkspan, or newspaper. Some guys used newspaper back in the day. This is just quicker. You don't have to have the space to have the bath towel and all that stuff. So.
What I'm doing here, make sure you tear the leading edge. You don't cut it or sand it or anything. This is the top piece. You tear it, that will disappear, the seam. Can't see it now. And any of the lumps and bumps will go away when you do a, oh shoot. Shoot. Damn. You know what I did here?
What you did?
Put my finger on it, my finger stuck to the Silkspan, and when I let go of it and pulled the Silkspan off in the middle of the wing. Not a problem. That'll go away on the first sand out. You know, hold it up there. The trailing edge is double covered. When you got guys like Jim Lynch looking, you want to know about finishing. Jim's a good finisher. I could be a better finisher too if I took more time. I just close enough.
You can be a little sloppy at this point in time, a little bit, but you know, take your time though and rub it down good. And you're rubbing it down, you're forcing that dope through the tissue paper into the underlying surface.
Turn it around. Oh, what do we got here? Okay. What do we got going on here? This airplane is only a little over a month old, and we're covering already. If I'd have been working on it, we'd have had it done, though.
I don't see any reason why you couldn't build this kit in a week.
Yeah.
And be covering it the second week. And if you use a monocoat,
Be flying it.
be flying it in 2 weeks. A very, very easy kit to build. Nice flying airplane too. Good flying airplane. Take anywhere from a good 46 to a 60.
I've seen them with PA-61s or 65s in them.
Yep. This airplane looks small. You start building on it and stuff and say, man, that's a little airplane. But you set it up against any other regular sized Stunner and it's every bit as big. I don't know how many square inches. I don't know.
700.
Is it 700?
Yep.
I didn't think it was 700 maybe. But it's bigger than what it looks. I've had 2 of them in the past. You gotta watch them. They will build overweight. If you're using kit wood and stuff, you're definitely gonna be overweight.
Oh well. Oh well. Okay, wait.
Even in the past, I used to iron Silkspan.
Yeah.
Take all the bends out of it if it wasn't rolled.
I wish we could get K&S Silkspan again.
Oh God, yeah. I like that best of all. The best kind of Silkspan I like. I like it better than Sig or any of them.
Gotta call Shapers and see if they got any new old stock.
I guess that's long gone.
Probably got GM.
Yeah, which nobody uses. Gas model.
Yeah. Cut it a little short.
Stick a little piece on it. It'll be all right.
And it'll be fine. Slobber it on there. Oh, shoot.
Better cut that other corner.
Looks pretty crude right now. Got one sand out and one more coat of dope. It'll look beautiful. I see there's some paper up on that edge too. That leading edge over there. Oh crap, I keep putting my thumb in it and it's sticking. Turn around.
Let it dry. Do a sand out. Fix all your little boogers. Put another coat on it.
Well, it looks like this is done.
Should I cover my wing before or after I slide it in?
Before. Easier to work on. Oh, crap.
Cover it before. Slide the wing in where it goes. Get it all lined up. Put some pencil lines on it or some ink lines or something where you know where the fuselage sits at. Keep the glue on the inside of the lines. This will have 3 or 4 coats of dope on it before, so you could feasibly put a little piece of masking tape, not pressed down very hard, on there to glue it in, peel the tape up, put a couple pins in it to hold it.
Okay. Now what I want to tackle, elevators. or flaps. 3. Yeah, I knew I was missing one. There should be a hinge
Like a
laying here.
hinge laying around there somewhere once you pull it out already.
I did. Pulled it out, but I don't know where it went. There it is.
Yeah, scrap. Shit, not there in the way.
Yeah, it's kind of crude, but that's how you get it on there. Just slobber it on there and then sand it out and I put another coat on it. We got a bug that wants to live on it.
Yeah, you do it about twice as fast as what I did by myself. I don't know, I'm not as fast a worker as you are.
I've only done about 10 million of these things.
Yeah, me too, but what's your opinion on sanding sealer with silver in it?
Nope.
No.
Forget it.
We don't use sanding sealer. We don't use silver. We tint all the clear with white dope. Tint it, not using white dope with some more clear added to it. It's clear with a spoonful or two of white dope added to it.
You see how this thing is starting to look white? By the time it's ready to paint, it'll be white. It'll be just, and that's it.
One very, very thin coat of white paint.
Won't even get white on this one. It's gonna be orange.
You don't have to. That's all right because you already got a white base. It'll still make it pop. There's a spot right there.
Nope. Nope, that's just dope to come off.
Is it really?
Yep.
One thing nice about that wing is that it is fully sheeted. You can put some pressure on it when you're sanding it.
See?
And stuff. Mm-hmm. You got them 4X glasses on there.
Yep.
Superman glasses.
My finger just got stuck to it and I pulled the dope off with it.
Yeah. So he should have saved his receipt for that sealer.
Well, you never know. You might want to use it somewhere.
I know, like Brodeck, they had a system, you know, and they even put out a manual on how to use it and all that stuff, where you started off with sanding sealer and you sanded it and all that stuff. And sanding sealer is pretty much not much more than
Baby powder and
baby
dope.
powder and dope. Yeah, that sort of feels the grain of the wood. It acts like a primer almost.
Just remember this: any sealer or primer is rock. Baby powder, think zinc stearate. That's some type of rock.
I mean, you could, you know, look at your swap meets and stuff like that. Maybe you can sell that swap meet and get your money back. I don't know what zinc cerate is. It's not rock. It's lighter than that. It's some kind of a chemical powder. Some kind of a apothecary store. Baby powder is talcum powder. It is ground up rock.
What is in zinc stearate?
I found this on the web.
Lead stone. Best alternative to copper sulfate with bass. Easy link. What is in zinc stearate?
Here's what I found.
I think it's zinc stearate.
What is in zinc stearate?
Here's an answer from Wikipedia.
There.
Zinc stearate is a zinc soap that is widely used industrially.
So,
There you go. Some kind of soap. Probably why it feels oily.
yeah, it's slick. It's I got a quart of that magic powder from Randy. I used it one time a minute ago.
I got it. I've got some of it. I've used it. I've used baby powder in the past.
I like
Smells
this.
really good when you sand your airplanes.
It really smells good with Aerogloss. Let's do the flaps now. What?
Just so I can remember the smell. I'm just going back in time, remembering the smell of sanding baby powder. Jim says the best learning experience he's had is your
What?
diet process for painting.
Jim said that?
Yeah. Absolutely, Jim. It works. When you're out of dope, you're out of dope.
You're done painting.
You're done painting. Start sanding. And you should have done a whole heck of a lot of sanding prior to that too. I'm not telling you not anything, Jim. You're more than well aware of sanding.
Okay, we're
As your finishes attest to.
at least. That ought to be 2 flaps right there. Is that right? 1 or 2?
Should be 1. And 2 pieces. 1 because it's not long enough to do both sides of
Pull it
one
that way.
piece. About an inch over knot there. You might be able to use that for half of an elevate note.
Rudder.
Rudder.
Now this is the tricky part. Get these damn things to keep from warping. Hold on to it there. Just put your thumb, no, on the, yeah. Got my handy to get the wood. That'll be fine.
Is it wet enough?
It's wet enough.
Perfect. Sure like to know about the other runs on the scale airplane.
What about them? Don't use them, just glue them straight.
Never build a plane with flaps on the front wing when you see
static. They're
You
just
mean
on there for
they're
looks.
there for looks.
Correct.
Or do they actually move? Maybe they don't move, because on a real, well, I don't know. If they're ailerons,
Yeah, they're ailerons on the scale shoestring.
oh,
And he's
well, then
asking.
you just glue them on solid and make them look like they're not solid. And
Right. The instructions will tell you all that. Now, I glued mine on to give a little bit of outboard roll so that the airplane would roll out. So that would be inboard aileron down just a little. I mean, like 32nd of an inch, and the outboard aileron up just a little, 32nd of an inch, and that'll roll the airplane out. If you make them work, you'll do barrel rolls.
no, you don't hook them up to the bell crank. You could make them fixed but adjustable.
I wouldn't bother. Too much weight. That stayed straight. If you're new to building, that probably wasn't a kit for you. But it is a nice airplane. You know, take your time. I'm sure you can do it. Instructions are pretty good.
It's a good looking airplane when it's done.
I'm gonna donate mine to Brodak next year. I'm gonna have to bring my trailer, tote that thing all the way over there.
Your airplane weighed less than most
Oh yeah.
scale airplanes did. Yes, I might have bit off more than you could chew. Nah, just take your time and do it. It'll come out nice. It'll be a nice airplane. Fly it in scale. Get your little RC car radio and put your throttle control in it.
No, he's gonna build it with a, I guess,
Three line.
three-line bell crank system.
Yeah, you want to suffer, eh?
It's all explained in the instructions. I used radio because my airplane was electric. Plus, I had a sound box in it, so it sounded like a Continental engine. You know, 4-cylinder Continental. And I got hosed at the nets. I wouldn't have got hosed if Jack Sheik was doing the judging.
That was electric airplane, wasn't it?
Yep.
Says what engine?
I don't know. Big electric motor.
Flying scale is a little bit boring to me, but
Yeah, it was.
the airplanes look real pretty and everything, but
That was so. Were you there at Brodax when they said, "Yeah, aren't you going to practice? Practice what? Your pattern. You mean takeoff and landing?" No, I'm not going to practice that.
should I use the one, John? I think he said
Sato 72.
can't find them engines anymore.
What?
What gas? Yeah, Sato 72, Sato 50.
No, not big enough. 56 is not big enough.
You don't think so?
No.
72 will turn a scale size prop with ease.
Okay.
And using throttle control, it'll idle down nice and all that stuff. And I've got a Seda 72 downstairs. Brand spanking new in the box. Never been ran. Only been out of the box and fondled ever so lightly.
Sell it to him. You're not gonna use it. I had one, but I sold it to Dan Winship when I sold that. I got one left that goes in that Bearcat, but it doesn't have throttle control on it.
I've also got Moon Brothers Venturi system and stuff for it. For flying stunt. Do I want to sell it? I always wanted to make a 4-stroke airplane, but
Don't waste your time. You ain't got much time left.
that came in and went, and it's such a nice engine.
Really beautiful. If John don't sell it to you, I'll sell you one, but it has no carburetor. You'll have to dig up the carburetor.
They're easy to find. Look around the RC flea markets and stuff like that.
Okay, that's that one. Nope, can't use it on the rudder.
Typical. Window washer fluid. Window washer fluid.
Windex, window washer fluid, whatever.
Water.
Yeah, water works.
Tap water, doesn't have to be any special water.
Yep, got enough for the elevator stabilizer. Rudder. We'll be fine.
$21 watching, 15 thumbs up, $5 super chat.
Hey.
Get some more thumbs up in there, guys.
What's happening in my hand?
They're on this chair.
What the hell are they doing down there? Jump down there?
Wouldn't want to sit down on them.
Okay.
Pull it a little bit. There you go. You want to do it down there?
Yep.
Notice he's not stretching that really hard tip to tip on these flaps. It'll shrink plenty enough.
It'll work them.
And then you don't ever get one stretched the same side as the other. So you want to do these as quickly as you can, one side and then the other. So they're sort of drying at the same rate, the same time.
Stay straight.
Got it.
Yep.
So yes, I'll buy it from you, Sparky. Let me know. And cool beans. I guess it wants to buy your Sato.
Okay. I think I got it down in that box with that Alray Bearcat.
Be a good engine for that airplane.
What, for the Bearcat?
Mm-hmm.
I know, it's what it was made for. That's why I don't have a carburetor. I have a Moon. But I'm not gonna monkey with that. I need to sell that kit. That Bearcat takes a lot of room to build. I mean, it's going to be sitting on that jig for
In one piece.
in one
The
piece
wing, the fuselage, everything, yeah.
for 6 months, and I just don't want to deal with it.
See, I had plenty of room to work and stuff, I guess.
Well, I got plenty of room in St. Louis, but I ain't there.
Yeah, but even at that, I built the little Bearcat and it takes up a lot of room too. It's not nearly as big.
I got a whole room I could put that in at St. Louis, but all by itself. Only project, but I ain't there.
Yeah. It's a lot of airplanes.
They're cool. I mean, it's kind of like my Thunderbolt. It's cool, but man,
Alan Golf built one of the Bearcats. BBQ Bearcat.
that's what I got.
He says it flies him. He doesn't fly it. It flies him.
No doubt.
Boy, if you could have a whole bundle of 3-pound wood and build one of them out, some 3-pound wood, might have something going on then.
Al Ray was just the master out of getting the most out of a turd. You
Out
know?
of the least.
Yeah.
Well, he made airplanes that really look scale for a stunt airplane. I mean, that's hard to do. And very hard to do. As you know, most scale airplanes had small stab and elevators on them, had little wings,
Short nose.
short nose, had big radials in them, you know, because that's what caused the short noses.
But Al Ray had a lot of weight up there to get it to balance. I don't like that feeling. That's why I lost interest in my Thunderbolt. That's why my next airplane's going to have the 65 in it instead of the 75. I don't like that feeling when you come down. Oh, I'd have hit the ground where I took my eye off the airplane yesterday. If I had a 75 in it, it'd hit the ground.
Yeah, you weren't too far off of it.
That's not the lowest pullout I've ever done, though.
Yes, there is tissues on the edges. Yes, it is overlapped. He's ripping it off at the opposite side of the flat, and he'll dope that down, and when he covers the other side, has that one already been covered on both sides?
Nope.
When he covers the other side, he'll rip it off on this side, and it'll be overlapped with a ripped edge. It works. It's really, we talk about it amongst ourselves all the time, how crude covering is. Really pretty crude. Nice to have a third hand, didn't it?
Yep. You got no many ideas how many times I get out of the car and I'm juggling stuff. Why didn't God make us with 3 hands? At least 3. Now, another reason my flaps don't warp is the way I sand them. If you guys are sanding the rod method, they have a great chance of warping.
That makes them a lot thinner.
I think these look nicer too. Airfoil.
Yeah, but I think there's something to that square trailing edge. I know you don't like it, but I think there's something to it.
Well, did you hear what Howard said about his little thingies on the stabilizer that I was going to try? Don't bother. Don't do nothing.
Yeah. Same way with rat turds.
Yep.
I guess if you're shooting for the top 5, you might
It's
pull
psychological.
out all the stops.
It's psychological.
It may actually do something. I have a hard time believing it, but
Yeah, it does something that makes it hard to wipe off.
well, yeah, if you got a gas powered plane. Everybody went electric, so they don't have to do that anymore. A lot of guys went electric anyway. You run a pipe, you don't have to do anything but wipe its butt.
Okay, so this one's done.
Guessing the dope is really thinned out. It's about 50-50 right now. Or 100% thinner, you know. If you got a half a quart of dope, you got a half a quart of thinner.
Speaking of that, how you doing on gas? From your last fill up?
Oh, I'm not even down to half a tank gas yet.
I'm not even down to a quarter. I'm 47 miles over what I normally get.
Yeah.
So we are getting double hosed. They're charging us more and get less gas mileage.
Well, yeah, if you got put methanol in it, you're definitely getting hosed. And now they're starting to add more and more methanol. You see, they're doing that because then they can stop the farmers from growing corn. Then they don't have methanol, so they have an artificial shortage of gasoline that they can put in there. That's all a bunch of bull.
What we're talking about, guys, is there's one gas station that I stop at every year at the Nationals. As you come out up on McGallier from the Motel Row and make a left towards the field, there's a Shell gas station, the very first one after Ball State on the right. And if you get gas there, you're going to get 50%, that's right, 50% better gas mileage out of that place because it has real gasoline.
I normally take about a quarter of a tank of gas to get home, and it was less than an eighth of a tank of gas to come home for
50,
Muncie.
it's
Because we
50.
filled up right when we left.
Right.
When we drove straight home. Well, we went to the field, which is on the way home, and then we left and went home. But it's not more than a half a mile out of the way.
I can make it from that gas station to St. Louis without stopping and have a half a tank left over. If I stop at another station, it takes the whole tank. It's 50% more
Not to
efficient.
mention, methanol is terrible on the fuel system for corrosion and everything else.
We are getting hosed. We're getting the big scam.
If you're getting gas, check around all your gas stations, see how much methanol they put in it. They don't all put the same amount.
Well, I believe that Shell station's 100% gas.
Might be.
You probably wondered why I was stopping there, didn't you?
No, I knew why you were stopping there. It was I could have probably I had a half a tank of gas. I know I could have made it home, but I've been burning fumes when I got to the house here. So why not fill up right there and not have to stop right outside my door?
That's been this, and you know what? I have tried the Shell stations around here. Ain't the same.
Ain't the thing.
Nope, that's the only. I stop there every year.
We're gonna have to read on there and see what it says on the pumps. I mean, locally.
So if you're ever in Muncie, stop at that Shell station going towards the field. First one past Ball State on McGalliard. It was, and it's not any more expensive either. It's the same price as every place else. Because there's a station at the end of the hill here that has 100% gas, but it's like 20 cents a gallon more.
Yeah, most of them do charge more. Why? To get less, you get charged more. They have to say how much methanol they put in it. Yeah, I think they do. Most of their pumps around here are marked, no more than 10%.
Now it's
15%.
15%.
Or 15% or whatever, but they keep upping it.
Means the gas mileage is going down. What we need to do is have these people butt out.
I mean, if it makes you get less mileage, that means you got to burn more gas. That means, more pollution in my eyes. Right?
They're not looking. They're not looking to curb pollution. They'd go nuclear if they were.
I just read a thing somewhere where it said they were replacing all the generators in these windmills up in the pods, the motors in the pods.
Yeah.
And the ungodly amount of ground equipment that ran on diesel, and all these cranes and everything that it took to do it. And the amount of hours and everything to go out there and do that stuff is all diesel powered vehicles for support equipment. You ever looked at a lithium mine?
strip mine, big hole in the ground.
Big giant hole in the ground, all with a bunch of diesel powered. Well, they're electric powered vehicles that have diesel engines in them to power them.
Well, yeah, trains are electric.
Yeah,
But you got to have a diesel engine to
to
Generate
turn the
electricity.
generator. Then you got all your fodder. You know, what do you do with the lithium battery and all that stuff when it's dead, when it's done?
dump it in the ocean.
There's no recycling. You can't recycle those blades. They just get buried in the ground.
1 o'clock. Okay, let's let her rip, see if we can get these done. In a heartbeat. Al Gore needs to admit he was wrong. What do you got? I got Al Gore. That doesn't sound good. You're right, it doesn't. What a scam. I'm sick of people. For your own good. I don't need it. For your security. I don't want to be secure.
Your protection. We're installing cameras on every single square foot of the world.
On the way in here today, on the way over today, they were talking about electronic tattoos that they're going to put on. If this is not the mark of the beast, I don't know what is.
They want to be able to track you. Well, they're already tracking you. If you carry a cell phone around with you, they're already tracking you everywhere you go 24/7.
Just as good as having an ankle monitor on.
Did you dope them already?
What?
These stab and
Yeah, they're dope. Doped and sanded. I still got to put clips on it, but don't matter. I can put them on there. You know, for my next airplane, I think I want to do a foam stab. This is relatively light. You think this was 3/4 ounce foam?
No.
1 ounce?
1 pound.
Or 1 pound?
1 pound per cubic foot was the standard. And that's what's mostly available too. It's sort of hard to find 3/4 pound per cubic foot foam. It's sort of a specialty stuff. And you can get lighter foam than that too. I'm sure you've opened up boxes that's had foam packing in it where it was super light, but it didn't have any strength to it. It didn't have any compression strength to it or anything.
Well, for my next airplane, I think I want to do an airfoiled stab just like this. You know, when you brought those flaps out there, I thought, wow, these are great. I don't know what happened. Why did you, what was the wood?
We
you
didn't
put
do
on?
anything. I didn't put any wood on it. I just had 2 pieces of wood cut and sitting there. So it was with no glue.
Yeah, what weight wood did you use on them flaps that turned out heavy?
It wasn't crap wood. It's probably less than 5 pounds, probably 4.5 pound wood.
Because this stab turned out nice. I mean, if I can,
It's still 3 ounces.
right. So
If
3
you can
ounces.
get 3 ounces or less, then you're in the ballpark for a 30-inch stab and
But
elevator.
that's not 30, is it?
No, it's not 30. And it's narrower. It's 3 inches instead of 4. There's a big difference, a lot of weight difference there. See how big that thing is. I bet you it's about 26.
28.
28.
So it's 2 inches short.
And an inch narrower. So that's a third. That's a third of the size.
Here, measure this. I think this is 3.5.
Three and a half to half an inch. Still, you add all that up, it's still a third smaller.
It's got a nice shape to it. I like how that's going to look finished.
I've been making airport stabilizers for a long time. I was making the flat ones. The flat ones are a lot easier to put in
Right.
because you got your datum line there and it's flat for the majority of the stab, and it just makes it easier to set it in there.
Well, I
and
like
have-
this too because it's 3/4 of an inch here and 1/4 inch out here.
Yeah, well, less weight.
Yeah.
You know, you don't need all that airfoil all the way out on the end of it. Although I make mine with the trailing edge, I don't make them put that taper in them. Just the leading edge tapers enough to give it a, you know, an airfoil look to it.
Well, I kind of like the looks of this. The tapered down, you know. The next airplane that I do for 23 will be our airplane, the Junar XL, kind of. PA-65, and I'm going to do all the things that I like and have learned, but I'm going to keep the same numbers as the one that I like how it flies. It's short. It doesn't need to be all that long. Damn. Ron told me that the overall length of the airplane should be no more than 48 inches.
That's about what they come out at. That's 48 inches long.
Measure it. I bet it's longer.
It might be 40, 50 because it's thinner or something. But the fuselage is 48 inches long, minus the rubber. This airplane right here is actually, I'll measure, it's 48 inches to the tip of the spoon, to the tip of the tail.
Okay.
That's an SV-23. Now, Kenny Stevens is modifying that airplane, and he makes his stab and elevators with more cord on them than stock,
Here.
but he shortens them 4 inches. Get some past
Hold on to it. Right down. Oh, where's that clear? You got the non-topping clear. That's colored.
Yeah.
What's the number? Just take a picture of it.
A1000, A1600.
Yeah.
Or wait a minute, that's not 1600.
1690.
1690.
In the can of thinner. What's that?
That's the white. Insignia white.
Q.
1050. That's not reducer, yeah, that's retarder.
Don't need none of that. That's enough for a lifetime there. 9703. They probably have record of everything I bought there. I would imagine.
And I think that, he says they have to tell you how much methanol they add. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they got to do that. But I think it varies from state to state too. So depending on what your state laws are on adding methanol or not having methanol or whatever.
Well, Brandon just upped it from 10 to 15%.
Well, see, he's trying for one of them.
The gas prices are going down. If I had a way to stockpile 500 gallons, I'd buy it right now, because come the midterms, it's going to go back up. Because they think you're stupid, and they're trying to buy votes.
It's all under false pretenses.
Republicans may not be the answer to all your problems, but Democrats are surely the cause of all your problems. Anybody notice that every time a Democrat gets in, we go into a recession?
Just about every war you were ever in.
Yeah, they're going to try to start something. Joe Manchin hosed us. Okay, 2 more pieces and I'm done.
What you need to do is I'm gonna get this weight box.
Oh yeah.
You got to look at what they got their investments in.
Yeah.
Whether it's in big pharma or oil or food or whatever. This guy sort of watch what you're saying on here. Get yourself banned or canceled.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, free speech.
Yeah. As long as you're saying what they like.
Because it's independently run. You lose your rights. Already lost all the rights.
They tried that. I have mentioned this over and over again. They sent me a letter. Do I have a partner in China? They're trying to take the Stunt Hangar name again. Knock yourself out. It won't do you no good. They think, I'm not making any money.
I don't know. If you got enough little things going on, then it adds up. But see, you only have a few little things going on, so there's nothing there. And it don't matter what you think you're doing. You may be thinking you're dealing with some little business over in China that just wants to do something small. Every business in China is owned by the government.
Yep. This is a different company, but they quit writing me when I say go for it. Without me, there is no Stunt Hangar. Knuckleheads. They think I'm selling something. See?
It's all about control.
Yeah.
They can control the airwaves and they can control everything, and they stole every patent that we ever had.
All I got to say is be careful what you wish for. You might get it. It ain't going to be pretty.
Trying to buy up all the farmland so that they can shut down farming. They sit here and bitch and moan and complain about we're going to run out of food, going to run out of this and that. Well, quit paying farmers not to farm. How about starting to buy American grown, American made stuff instead of.
Do not buy 501 jeans, guys. If you, I'm so disappointed in that. Made in Egypt, Mexico, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, there's nothing made in America anymore. They've even found products that say made in America that if you dig down into it, it isn't. It's made somewhere else and assembled in America.
Craftsman tools used to be that way.
Legs hurt so bad.
I suppose I could have done this at my apartment, but I'd have to do it outside and have everybody looking at me, well, what's going on?
Yeah, you just had the brothers come around, talk to you, eyeball what they can steal.
This one got a little set in it, got a little warp.
Just let it dry and see what it does.
Yep, now it went back. Got a set in it from leaning up against it, Yeah, see. Get off there. Bugs are getting high.
It's probably just because you covered one side and it dried a little faster than the other side.
No, it's because I had it leaning. fine. It'll be fine. Okay, let's. Pull tight.
I gave you my good scissors.
Where?
Right there, you're using them.
These are the good ones? Like you could gnaw through it.
I saw you cutting plywood with your good scissors the other day.
Yeah. And
And
I got three pair of them good ones.
I was about ready to say something to you.
I got 3 pair of good scissors.
Paul Miller, $9.99 super chat.
Thank you, Paul. That'll help.
The entertainment value here is more than just model airplane building.
Who said that?
Yeah, Paul. Or no, Banshee 15. Yeah, sometimes get on the high horse. Just got a bit every now and then.
I'm thinking about doing a program as Bob sees it. Because this is ridiculous. God, I didn't know that food came out of the ground.
Yeah, hamburgers come from
Ham.
Myers. You just go down to Myers and you get hamburgers. That's where they come from. Don't come from a cow.
Where do you get the electricity? From the wall. Well, where does that come from? The wall.
That was some CEO from GM that was in charge of the electric car deal. Well, we just plug it into this outlet right here and it charges right up. Well, where's the electric from that outlet come from? Well, from that building right there. Well, where's that building get? The building gets it from the power company that burns coal.
Windmill can't make enough energy to make it so. I told you how long. If every battery was charged in the world and everything was off, every battery was charged in the world and we put it all on a grid and everybody turned everything on all at once, the power would last 17 seconds.
You know, we already got a piss poor power grid, and now they want to try to overload it with charging electric vehicles. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna work.
Texas found that out. You want to drive across country? Plan on spending 2 weeks. Most of that time will be charging. I like how they say, we're transitioning. Transitioning to what? To clean energy. Really? Where are we getting that from? The sun. Not. We don't have the... We're about 50 years out from that. Just like your electric airplanes. Yeah, they're all right to play with, but they're a few years away from perfection. You don't think there's problems with electric airplanes? Ask Paul Walker how he did.
Was that pattern master electric
Yep.
flamed out coming out of the clover leaf?
Yep.
Ran out of battery,
Yep.
shut down.
Yep. Ooh. Stick.
Straight in.
Stick. Stick. It's a passing fad. Proven fact. There is no anything more powerful than the internal combustion engine, more efficient, I should say, that we have right now. Now, Bob Lazar has a hydrogen car, but it uses internal combustion.
But see, you gotta, yeah, sorta. They turn water into.
But what happens when you burn up all the water and they don't say that?
See, there's the problem. You're using water. We got a situation downtown here that's the stupidest thing I ever heard of in my life. They put in these big fountains that shoot up. All they are is a visual thing, you know. They shoot up. There's like 5 fountains. One shoots straight up in the center, and the other 4 or 5 around it sort of shoot up towards it and create this little fountain-looking thing out in the middle of the river. Well, rather than using the river water, they plumbed into the dang aquifer for the whole area.
Now that's stupid.
And so the good water supply they're using in that thing for a visual effect.
When they could just as easily pump it out of the river.
Well, see, they claimed that it would cost too much for a filtering system to filter the water.
Or we could
so
just shut it off.
Wouldn't plug up the fountain. Doesn't make much sense to me, but somebody made a lot of money off that deal.
We can just shut it off and save the money all the way around. Save the electricity for the pump. Save the water.
Let's see. The wing I'm going to be covering has dihedral higher in the ends. Have to cover the bottom in 2 pieces, correct? And 1 piece on the top.
4 pieces.
4 pieces. 2 on the bottom, 2 on top.
Center to tip. Top and bottom.
Overlap in the center a couple inches.
Yep. And believe it or not, if it has concave ribs on the bottom, you can get tissue to stick to that too.
That's a whole nother ballgame.
It's a little more fiddly, but
That's Paul. Must be talking about that shoestring.
is that Paul?
Yeah.
Shoestring does not have dihedral in it.
Does it have taper in the wing and it's built flat on the top?
It does not have dihedral in it. It's symmetrical.
Yeah, I thought so. It's a race plane. You still cover the bottom of the wing first, irregardless of what happens. Always cover the bottom of the wing first. That way, wherever you do have an overlap on your covering, it's towards the bottom of the wing. It's at the under the center line of the wing.
Not only that, when you screw up, and there will be, it's on the bottom. Make no mistake, there's going to be mistakes.
Don't put your weight box on the top of the wing.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know. I speak from experience. Very easy to do. It's also very easy to run your wires out the wrong end of the wingtip. If you're building your wing upside down, you say, okay, this is the inboard wing. That's very easy to do too. Don't cut your stabbing elevator out on the wrong side of the fuselage. That's easy to do too.
Yeah, if you're building in a piano stand.
Don't Don't put the angle on your engine in the wrong direction. That's very, very easy to do. If you're putting out thrust in your engine when you mount it,
You see how much out thrust is in this?
check and double check. Yeah. You put a lot of out thrust in your stuff.
3 degrees. That way when it's overhead, it's pulling me off the ground. $14.99 on the Super Chats. The profile one. I don't know anything about the profile one. Clip. The CLP 64 does have dihedral, not the scale. Didn't start that one yet. I don't know what that is, CLP 64. See, I don't normally build kits. So you saw me build the prototype. That means the very first one of Rodax shoestring. And I relayed some instructions to him on what to add in the instructions so that it make it easier for everybody to build. I'm building the SIG kit here, which is not really a kit because I replaced all the wood. So I basically used the foam stabilizer, the canopy, the foam core of the wing, and everything else is cut out. I did kind of use the plans, you know, to get because I want it to be a Magnum, but I changed the gear up too. So when I build something, it's out of my head. There is no wrong way to do it because I'm doing it for the first time. When you see me build like my Junars and the Continental and the Tucker and the rest of those airplanes, there are no plans. It's right here. It's in my head. Make a line, make a cut, go.
I built mine without any plans.
I know. I gave you the numbers and it's exactly the same as mine.
Yeah. In fact, the cowls will, outside of the bolt holes being a little teeny bit different, it's the same.
Built 15 miles apart. Okay. Put your thumb on that. Good.
Yeah, I told you, I said overlap the center of the wing about 2 inches. 2 inches total. That's an inch to one side, an inch to the other side. That creates a 2-inch overlap in the center. So from the center of the wing, you go an inch past it one way, and then when you cover the other way, you go an inch past the center of the wing, and that gives you a 2-inch overlap. Strengthens the center joint of the wing.
hold on to it. Pull a tissue or whatever.
Let me support it here somehow. Here, put a cut right in here. Let's do the other side too. Do right here.
But be careful of this because this is already like a noodle.
Yep, it'll warp on you real quick. I've been known to do those in pieces just because of that, but doesn't matter.
Well, I'm not sure I'm even going to use this rudder. I might make it bigger.
And that does what he asks. It adds a little bit of strength to the center joint of the wing. Weight box not on top because it looks, yeah, pretty much. Out of sight, out of mind on the bottom side of the wing.
Because guys like me will know you didn't know what you were doing.
It ain't any harder to get to it. You just flip the airplane upside down. You do very rarely have to get to the weight box. Once you get a weight established in it, that's it. You pretty much are there. The box aspect of it just allows you, I mean, if you could predetermine it, you could glue the stuff in, not recommended, but to make it adjustable, just as another trim feature, might as well hide it as best as you can hide it. I've seen many airplanes sitting out there on the line with a weight box on the top of the wing, and the guy looks at you, bows his head down, and says, yeah, I had the wing up the wrong side up on the workbench, and I got the weight box in it. I was already in the finishing stages before I realized what I had done.
This one's done. It needs to be trimmed off, so over there.
Let's ask this question. We're getting a lot of questions here from Paul.
Okay.
Paul, how much experience do you have? How much flying experience? Are you RC retread? Going back into control line? Are you new? Give us some information to work with here. You can get all sorts of answers from us, anywhere from an answer that a professional guy would ask, or a ranked beginner might be a little bit different kind of an answer. So,
Yeah, that'd be a good place to start. No, we need to know how much experience you got.
we don't care how much experience you got. Everybody's welcome. It could just determine how the answer is said. It could either be said in a long, drawn-out way, or only control line. How long? How many years?
And how long ago?
And
What level?
what level are you? Are you? Do you just fun fly all the time, or do you go to contests, or? My first and only build was the Carl Goldberg shoestring many years ago. Okay, so
Beginner.
it's been a long time ago, so we're going to consider you sort of a beginner.
No shame in that.
No shame, yeah. Yep, everybody's a beginner sometime or another. Or an old person, so you haven't done it in 30 years. You're still a beginner getting back into it, and some things have changed, some things are still the same. There's some new products that's been introduced and whatnot, and engines, and
Look at that.
Yep.
Did I do the right side first?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's all right. It'll straighten out.
I know.
Maybe 20 flights total. I did loops. That's about it. I crashed it because the steel lines broke.
Well, that's a problem.
Little thing about your lines. Your lines are your life. Think of them as that. Take very good care of your lines. Don't walk on them. Don't let other people walk on them. Don't drag them across the ground. Roll them up nice and neat on a reel.
Pull test.
Pull test your lines before each flight or at the beginning of the flying session.
We don't.
We don't, but we go to enough contests in a row that we know that our lines have been pull tested, and we inspect them as we run them out. Every time we run them out, we're checking them.
If there's a kink in them,
They're gone.
new lines. They're at it again. Still at it yet. Almost done.
Never ending. Listen, I had steel lines for half A. Talk about fragile.
Oh, crap.
That's like hair. And I still got sets that are 25 years old that are perfectly serviceable. I seen they was starting to fray, but was young and thought it would be okay. Nope. You see one little strand, trash them. Now listen, there are some ways. If it's right on the very ends, right at where they're crimped or they're wrapped, I prefer wrapping over crimping.
Shorten them
You
up.
can shorten them up. Just cut that off where the line broke, the little strand broke, and tie a new end on both the lines at that length, and you're back in business again. After that, he joined the military, now just started back up over 40 years later. Great, that's fantastic.
I flew while I was in the military.
I did too. I always had an airplane. It might not have been much of one, the ringmaster with the Fox 35 or whatever, but I always had an airplane.
I had a ringmaster that I flew in Memphis, Tennessee, between the hobby shop and the church.
Just remember, Paul, here they're using fishing string now for lines. Yeah, we're going to test them out here shortly.
Not me.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not interested. No.
You're going to try them out here before you know it.
Nope.
You drank a lot in the military. Yeah, I tried to drink them out of supply. Even after the military.
They were 15 cents in the Gedunk machine.
We could go down there and put 25 cents in a doggone pop machine, and out come a Coors beer or a Budweiser or whatever you wanted.
It was 15 cents on a Navy base.
You guys might have got it cheaper because you're Navy. Would you use old Silkspan or buy new?
Yeah, old will work.
Old will work. It doesn't go bad if it's, you just have to look at it.
Let's explain this. Silkspan is just the vehicle to hold the dope. Your dope is where the strength comes from, not the tissue.
If it's really discolored and has spots on it or something, maybe something got splashed on it or whatever, you might not want to use it. Just because it's a little yellowed doesn't necessarily mean that it's not any good. I mean, if it's been kept in a clean, dry, dark spot, you know, in a box or whatever, it's probably still good.
Had a wad there, and I really wadded it up.
But seeing on the top, you can check it's secure. I think this did on current profile. Future airplanes will be on the bottom for looks. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Sounds to me like you already cut it on the top.
If
It's all right.
it's gotta be secure no matter where it's at, whether it's on the top or whether it's on the bottom.
Shit happens.
It's gotta be put down. Don't be afraid to have to peel it off. Just take some straight thinner, put on it and start peeling.
That's rudder. There we go.
You put on 3 coats of dope on the bare wood and sand it for 2 reasons. One is to raise the grain of the wood and sand it down flat till you can get the wood flat. And the other is to add glue to the wood to glue the paper on with, because your dope is actually acting as a glue.
It is glue.
And so, yeah, you're literally using it as glue. So, I don't know. And then your subsequent coats of dope that you're putting on the paper after you got the paper stuck down is to fill the grain of the paper. It's sort of acting as a primer.
Everybody see what I just did there? More thinner. No dope, just thinner. It'll be fine. Get the second coat on this. All that other stuff is drying.
You can talk to a lot of different people. A lot of people are using the silver and all this stuff to fill it, and primers and everything else. We've actually had pretty good results not using any of that.
More sanding.
Yeah, more sanding. Thing keeps wanting to creep up. Quarter only.
What?
I'm not sure I'd get his just. Don't you guys ever use the old Boss filler coat for sanding?
Nope.
Air gloss like we used to a long time ago. No.
I used to use DC 540 when it was good stuff. And it really put out a nice finish, and it was relatively light. I mean, if you sanded it all off. However, since we couldn't get DC 540 anymore, the good stuff, we just left that step out. And as long as you sand, still getting the same quality finish, but 2 ounces lighter. So.
And a lot more sanding.
Yeah.
A lot more sanding. Robert said it the other day, just as good as he could say it. You sand it 4 times, and you sit down and you look at it, you dust it all off, you look at it, and then you sand it 2 more times. Then you dust it all off and you look at it, and then you sand it again, and you think you're about there. It says, that looks really good. Well, sand it again. The biggest thing is to know when to stop sanding too. You got to know, you got to listen to your sandpaper, you got to know your sandpaper, know your grits. Takes a little practice. It's not impossible. Does take a feel. Which you acquire pretty fast. You can listen to that sandpaper. You take something and it has never been sanded and you put 2 or 3 coats of clear on it and you listen to that sandpaper at first, say 320 grit. You listen to what that's telling you, how it's talking to you. You'll hear it. And then all of a sudden you'll hear it. It'll change tones. Well, you're done. Go to a finer grit sandpaper. Go on in the finishing process depending on where you're at. But listen to it. It'll tell you. Then you got the other things that are involved in it. When you're using lightweight Silkspan like we're using here right now, it doesn't take a lot to sand all the way through that Silkspan. And then you're down to wood again. So you got to learn how to repair. And
Yeah, do it like that, I guess. Cut that off right there.
there's little things that you can do to
All the way through.
got these good scissors here.
Yeah, they're the greatest.
Them super expensive 98-cent jobbers from Odd Lots. They were good until I started cutting sandpaper and stuff like that with them. The system used here is a very good system. It does work. But like any system, it's got its faults too. And its faults are sand. And sand. And sand. You sand a little bit more than when you're using primers and stuff like that. But you get rewarded for your work. 2 ounces less weight in the finish. Maybe more. Maybe 4 or 6 ounces less weight in the finish, depending on.
Well, my Junar is only a 4.5. It looks okay. I mean, it's not. I think the Monado is a 7-ounce finish. But it ain't a 17-ounce finish.
No. It's easy to do too. Yes, sanding helps keep the weight down, but if you think you're going to sand weight off of something, forget it. The wet sanding between coats and what grit do you use? Start off with. Well, Sparky doesn't wet sand at all. I'll color sand that might be wet sanded or not wet sanded when you got one base color on your airplane. But I don't wet sand until the top coats of clear are on it. That's after all your colors.
Another thing, I don't sand down lower than 320 until the top coats. You don't need it.
Profile food fuselage. Would you put Silkspan on that and seal it? Yes. The Silkspan fills the grain of the wood. Takes a lot more coats of dope to do that than it does just to put the Silkspan on. Let the Silkspan bridge all the dipsy doodles. Every piece of this airplane, it's a full fuselage airplane, makes no difference whether it's full fuselage or profile fuselage. The whole fuselage will be covered. The fin, the rudder, the flaps, the elevators, the stab, everything is covered with Silkspan. And typically, even on an open bay wing, it's all covered with Silkspan, you might use, some guys will do this, medium weight on the wing and then use lightweight on the fuselage because solid balsa. It doesn't need to be heavier because it's solid.
See, that's a fallacy.
Finish, and that's, yeah, it is. Really.
Medium weight Silkspan is no more puncture resistant than lightweight Silkspan.
No, it's just a thicker carrier material.
I think it probably does yield a nicer finish because it's more that you can sand off, but I mean, I'm into a light airplane, nice finish, you know. So use the lightest shit you can get a hold of.
My Viking has a single coat of white tinted dope. What, is that on top of the Silkspan or is that from the bare wood? See, we tend to dope from the bare wood all the way out. 3 coats of tinted dope, sanded in between each coat. Put on your Silkspan, 3 coats of tinted dope on top of the Silkspan, sanded between each coat, and then we start the colors. Or you normally find you tint your airplane with your dope with white. It's probably the best base for all your colors. It takes less colors to cover it.
On top of polyspan. Is it white? I mean, does the airplane look pretty white all over? It takes a half a pint of white paint to finish. I mean, it's that much, not that much.
Is that brushed on, sprayed on? Makes a difference.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
How many coats of clear underneath that 1 coat of white do you have on the airplane? Three. The best way. Well, when you first start out, brushing is the easiest way. And you can sand out all your brush strokes. But as soon as you can, the sooner you can go to spraying it on, the flatter the finish you'll have and less brush strokes to have to sand out of it. So on our big airplanes, we've been starting to, we get the Silkspan on and we've got 1 brush coat of dope, maybe 2 on the Silkspan, and then we'll try to start spraying just absolutely as soon as we can. Saves a little bit of sand. You just have to put it on brushed at the beginning because you're sort of slopping it on and the wood's soaking it up as fast as you put it on. Spraying is really not an option.
Your lady's in the shower. I went to the bathroom up here. Door's open. I hear water running. Oh, better not go in here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a good idea. Might get shot. I don't know how to answer this. There's no easy answer. What's the best way to put it on? Brush or spray? Spray is absolutely the best way. But there's certain times you just can't put it on heavy enough with spray gun that you gotta just, brush it on. It's easy, it's quick.
First 3 coats
there.
brushed. Or at least first 2 anyway. I'll be switching to spray after this is sanded out. And the airplanes together, we'll start clearing it all together. Of course, this particular airplane, I'm kind of lost to where I'm at on my diet because we started with used product. I didn't fill up the quart.
Didn't start with a new batch.
So I'm just kind of guessing where I'm at. So keep painting it clear till it starts to get a shine and then shoot the color on it.
3 coats of dope, each coat's thinner than the last brushed and 1 coat sprayed white. If you've been listening about this diet, you can go back. There's plenty of videos on this. That'll talk you all the way through this diet, this paint job. You only get X amount of dope, period.
1 quart of dope.
1 quart of dope total. Break it down into 2 quart bottles, so that gives you 2 half quarts of unthinned dope. One of those will be used for your substrate, putting on your Silkspan and getting your 3 coats on your bare wood. The other will be used for the top coats after all your colors are applied. That's all you get. Don't get any more.
When you're out of paint, quit painting.
You can add as much thinner to it as you want. You could add 5 gallons of thinner to it.
You guys
What we
just see
do
what-
is we start like he just showed you right here. His tinted clear started getting low. He just threw some more thinner in it. You can keep adding thinner. I know for a fact that we sprayed on at least 2 coats, maybe 3 coats as a top coat on his airplane that was at least 90% thinner. Dope is so thick, you're still getting product on your airplane, whether or not you think you are. You know, he's still brushing here and he's already added a quarter of a quart of thinner to it. Maybe
Now-
more than that because you put some more thinner in it prior to that.
Okay, this flap is warped. Which side it's warped this way? Which side would you paint to get it to straighten out? The inside or the outside? Make your choice now. Now it stays straight. Any answers yet?
Outside.
Negative. Bowed this way, you paint the inside here. And I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Yogi said inside, which is correct. What it does is it relieves it because it softens everything up.
Relaxes the lid down.
It relaxes everything, and then the bow will come out of it, and then
It's already straightened out.
yeah, yeah, it's that quick.
Already straightened out. So hopefully it'll dry straight. I used to think that way. Till you do it so long and go, whoa, that was wrong.
Yeah. Wow, it just worked twice as much. What did I do? Well, let's put weight on it and let's bow it and do all this stuff.
You can steam it straight. I don't think I'm going to use this rudder, like I say, but just in case, it'll be.
You make that out in 330 seconds.
3/16 or yeah, I don't know.
That's not a lot of wood to add any shape to it. You're going for that airfoiled thing.
Yeah, but the kit wood was so damn heavy. Is that 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock?
10 after 12. 3 hours and 4 minutes.
Well, that's how long a job took, and this is not rocket science. It's
Got 22 people watching, 25 people thumbs up, 14.99.
I hope you guys get something out of these videos. I mean, it's not like it takes me a lot of preparation. I don't put any prep work to do these live streams. I just shoot from the hip, and you get to see how I do it. Some people agree with what I do. Some people don't.
Well, the thing that's nice about it, if a mistake's made, he also shows you how to fix it. And there are mistakes that are made all the time. And he shows you how to fix it every time.
Yeah. That flap here.
The flap's perfectly straight now.
And if you don't know that, you'll end up with warped stuff. I'll probably not do any more paint on these. I'll probably wait to spray these because you can get them both at the same time.
I'll save some sanding. It's better to cover both at the same time if you can, or as quickly as you can. And brushing it on, you really can't. This airplane basically is an solid wood airplane, you might say, because it's got no open bays in it whatsoever. Whenever you have open bays, it takes longer. It's a little more tedious. It's a lot more of a fine touch type thing. But with a fully sheeted wing like this is, no open bays in the fuselage or anything, or stab or elevators, it'll go a lot quicker because you got a solid surface underneath all your covering to sand against. We're in Dayton, Ohio, where we're located at.
Who's that at?
I don't know how to pronounce that name. Stevamon?
Yeah, Dayton. That's good enough. Close enough.
Dayton, Ohio.
Sometimes I'm in Dayton.
Home of the Wright brothers.
Other times I'm in St. Louis.
Actually having the air show this weekend.
Yesterday. I don't think it's today, is it?
It's 2 days.
When I went to the smoke shop, they were flying overhead. I said, hey, we just sit here and watch them.
I had a friend of mine used to have a house out there by the airport, and he used to throw big parties, and they just sit in their backyard, watch everything going on. What I don't understand is this is an Air Force town. Why do they always have the Blue Angels?
Because they're the best?
No,
Yes.
they're the least expensive.
No.
Yeah, I was told. They're the least expensive of the flying.
Must have been the Air Force guy that told you that. You ask any kid, what would you rather be, a Thunderbird or a Blue Angel? Yeah. I did that relatively quick. Got to get home pretty quick because that way I'll seem like I have a day off. Here I'm working. I'll be working again tomorrow. Like I didn't have any time off.
Yeah, but you're still doing the same stuff you'd be doing at home anyway, even though you're not right at home. If you ever get to Dayton, you'll have to go to the Air Force Museum sometime. Plan on taking at least a day.
Forget that. Go to Radical RC right across the street.
Which, yeah, there's a nice little hobby shop right across the street from the Air Force Museum.
Well, I won't be using this.
That's a really nice little old-timey type hobby shop.
Look at that. I didn't have it glued down. Get it up.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably could glue it. No, I wasn't gonna throw it out. I'll just save it.
Let it dry and
Glue it when I get home.
glue it. This kind of work is more fun. Yeah, it's more fun.
It's warped the wrong way now. Yeah. No good.
See what I do, and you don't do this, but I put a piece of long grain wood here, long grain wood here. I run this way, this way,
Yeah, and this is that way.
and then this long ways. And with this top piece and that bottom piece on there, with lengthwise, then
Where's that tape
it
measure?
helps a little bit.
See, I don't believe this rudder's big enough. Tall enough. It's only 4 inches. Should be 6 inches though.
Well,
So I'll just make a new
the
one.
airplane flies okay, you know, stock. I had 2 of them stock. Yeah, there's Huffman Prairie, there's Carillon Park, which is right down the street from my house, that has one of Wright Brothers planes in there. Have a copy of the bicycle shop that you can go in there. Then you go out 3rd Street to actually see the whole bicycle shop. So there's 4 or 5 different locations that you can see, and all the different places you stop at have brochures in them that'll show you where everything's at and what you can go see. The museum is huge.
Expect to spend at least 2 days there. I've been there several times and still haven't seen it all.
You know, you can't go around and read all the placards and all that stuff in one day. It takes more than a day, but you can go through it. It takes a good day. Plan on going there for a while, maybe go out and get something to eat, or they got a little canteen there that you can get something to eat at and rest
No,
up.
don't do that.
It's not very good place to get something to eat, but
Not very good, and it costs way too much. I watched a movie there. That was kind of cool. The IMAX movie.
yeah, they got an IMAX theater there that's plays some pretty decent movies. I flew a kite at Huffman Prairie. Cool Cool. My house is actually is sitting right in the area where the old airport used to be down here, where the Wright brothers flew some flights.
It's already starting to pick up a shine.
Actually sits right on the property.
Two coats and it's picking up a shine. We'll have to sand her out.
Yeah, time to sand. Was there for the Memphis Bell presentation in 2018. Yep, I had some other stuff come up. I couldn't make it to that, but I went the following week, went out there and saw everything. Pretty nice little deal. They got more airplanes out there than you can shake a stick at.
You know the Air Force Museum follows my channel?
Well, probably, yeah. They got guys out there that are modelers. You know, what's neat is they've got outside of the Air Force Museum, the Air Force Museum's got all of its buildings, but there's also another building that you have to take a shuttle bus over to. And you have to sort of make arrangements prior to get over there, but it's their reconstruction building where they take all these old airplanes and they fix them all back up. And I went over there and was in there one day, and I walked in a door and you could just hit you. Dope. They were in there doping on covering on an old Spad or a Fokker triplane or something that they were refinishing on. They had the linen on there, big 4-inch wide paint brushes and coffee cans full of dope sitting around, and they were doping that covering on that airplane. It was really neat.
Everybody's going, ah!
The rockets, a lot of the rockets are inside. There's a building, one of the hangars there, all the way in the very back. As far as you can go in all that mess out there is a building that's got a whole bunch of rockets and stuff in it. A Saturn V rocket, if I remember right, in the old Air Force Museum, before they moved to this location that was up in downtown Fairborn, that sat outside. And you could see it driving down the road.
I don't think they have a Saturn there. They don't have a building tall enough.
I don't know if it was a Saturn.
They got a lot of missiles there, a lot of rockets, but
Yeah,
a Saturn is almost as tall as the Empire State Building.
they're big, they're huge.
Well, not that tall. I mean,
They've got a bunch of
60
capsules and stuff, you know, Gemini and Apollo capsules out there, not connected to any rockets, but they were used, and
They got the
he saw it when he was a kid and it was outside. Yeah, and that was up on the hill in downtown Fairborn, if I remember right.
they got an SR-71 there. Before it was SR-71, it was an A something or other. They got a SST there too.
They got a B-52, they got B-36, B-20, they got every kind of airplane under the sun out
Is the
there.
Enola Gay there or the boxcar? One of them.
Boxcar, I think it was.
Enola Gay is probably in the Washington D.C. Museum.
I had to leave the show for a few. Did you comment on using that braided fishing line now?
I'm not using it.
Well, you know Dennis is sending us a couple sets of lines.
Yeah. I didn't know he sent it.
Or he'll get it to us somehow. Just mail it. Put it in and roll it up, put it in an envelope.
Wadded up.
Wrapped around your hand. Good enough.
Well,
Gay is in Washington.
Yeah.
The Smithsonian.
Memphis Belle's here. We used to do once a year get together. Alan Goff would put it together, and we'd all go. All the flyers would go to the museum for a day outing, and then we go to lunch afterwards. It was kind of fun, but now with the masks and all that, I mean, I don't know whether you have to have a mask anymore, but if they do, I'm not going. Bah.
Seen so many SR-71s in my museum visits that you'd think they were handing them out plans for them. Yeah, you would think so. I can remember when I was in the service, you couldn't get around those doggone things. They sat down at the end of the runway and they're all cordoned off with security police around them, leaking fuel all over the runway.
The best interview with an SR-71 pilot is that one that's on YouTube.
Yeah.
We were flying across the ground and we'd hear 120 knots across the ground.
Little Cessna pilot down there says, Cessna 1172, ground control, like a speed check.
Then I heard the guy in the back seat.
He couldn't resist it. I heard that click of that microphone.
That's a great interview. A great speech.
Seeing the spruce goose on Tuesday, that would be fun. I'd like to do that sometime.
I saw it when I was in Long Beach, next to the Queen Mary.
Fifi is the only one still flying. I didn't know the name of it, but I think that airplane's been upgraded big time.
What?
SR-71.
They were flying a U-2 at Oshkosh. A U-2.
U-2?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's just a big jet-powered glider.
Yeah.
They used to land them at our Air Force base I was at all the time. They'd have their support trucks come out there running along, trying to grab the wingtips.
Keep them scratching up.
Yeah.
I don't like this rudder.
We could never get near the SR-71s. They had them cordoned off. They had top secret stuff on them, cameras and equipment and whatnot, radar detection equipment and stuff. Kept them under tight scrutiny back then. Of course, we were in during the Cold War, so.
That airplane was designed in the late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah. It's amazing.
And still hasn't been beat. I'm watching this stuff, the UFO files now from History Channel on YouTube about sightings that the Navy pilots had and all that. I think they're testing this. It's us, and they're testing new technology that they got off the Roswell crash.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of secrets going on. You know, they did all that stuff. They changed everything. You know, the Air Force and stuff used to handle all that junk, and then they switched it to private tiers. That way they could hide all this stuff. They still do that. They don't manufacture every single part to any airplane at one spot. They have 100 or 1,000 different little machine shops doing little individual parts. Nobody knows what they go to, but they get sent somewhere and put together into something, and that keeps security up there very easily without having to watch a lot of people. Nobody knows what the hell they're doing. Just make this part to this spec and that's it.
What do you make it? A widget?
Yeah.
What for? I don't know.
Beats the hell out of me, but we're making $100 million off this run. I would really like to see the spruce goose. That would be fun. I'd like to go to Oshkosh sometime, but it's probably not in the books.
We can fly airplanes there.
See what Robert's doing down here. He's cutting his wingtip weight box out. He covered straight over the top of it and let it shrink up. And now he's making sort of a diamond cut in it. And then they'll fold all those tabs down inside of it, and that'll allow the tissue paper to cover the edge around the weight box and finish in real nice.
Don't put your cap on it right away.
No, don't glue your cap. Did you do the top of it?
Yeah.
Speaking of caps.
A lot of work for an N-30 airplane.
I knew a guy that built a Spruce Goose that was powered by 049s. That must have been a sight. Old Howard Hughes. Boy, they did all sorts of shenanigans back in those days.
I follow this guy on YouTube, Michael Francis. He's a ex-mafia guy. And he talks about how the mafia had a hit on JFK, RFK, and Marilyn Monroe. Because Marilyn Monroe was going with Sam Giancana, Robert Kennedy, John Kennedy, and another mobster, and she threatened to tell on everybody, and they just gave her a barbiturate enema. And the Iceman has nothing to do with the mob, according to Michael Francis. And he would know he was there.
There's a lot of fodder on the internet that you can watch. Flew very well. Had a small pond at the end of our glider field, and would take it off from there.
I wonder how much weight this all it put on it. It was 16 ounces. Steve Fitton seems to think that's a good weight.
Build 70-ounce airplanes, you might think that's a good weight. But it probably is for a foam wing. You got to figure 2 ounces at minimum. And it's a fully sheeted foam wing. It's not a kept foam wing with cap strips to make it look like a build-up wing, which I thought was sort of a pretty good idea. Saved wood. Yeah.
What you ought to do, if you're going to do that, is put on a molded leading edge and then put 3 inches back here, the sheeting, put on your cap strips in an angle like a geodesic wing, then take a hot wire and cut out the foam. So
It's been done, but it's not very strong.
Why wouldn't it be?
Foam's only got so much strength to it. You're cutting out a lot of strength.
Yeah, but triple core, I mean,
Yeah, and then the outside of the surface
we
is
glue
all
a piece
your
of balsa wood
strength,
in there.
you know. Or you could do like we were doing. We got a balsa core leading edge and a build-up trailing edge.
Yeah. That turned out really good on my Tucker.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go if you want to get rid of the starred horse look with no ribs and the leading edge. And that's the only reason why we did that.
Did you do that?
We did that right over here.
I know, but did you build a wing like
I
that?
built wings like that, yeah.
But you don't have an airplane now that's
I
built
don't
it.
know, it's
Okay.
crashed.
We're going to build my
Long
next
story.
airplane. I forgot all about that. We're going to do it that way, the next wing.
The only thing that we didn't do that we should have done was we didn't core it quite enough. We cored it out about, I don't know, 3/8 inches or a half inch all the way around everything. We should have cored it all the way down to 1/4 inch. And I'm not so sure we shouldn't have cut into it on the leading edge like these are done and put that strip of wood in there, because I think that strip of wood adds some strength.
You mean the spar here?
No, in the leading edge where they come straight in here when they cut the core.
Oh, yeah.
I think that adds something up there.
We could,
It adds a little more rigidity to something hitting on it.
we could take that 15,000 carbon fiber sheeting I have.
And stick a piece of that down in there. I think that would help a lot.
I don't think that it would help just the carbon itself, but we could sandwich it between two pieces of 32nd or whatever.
Whatever.
And then it would be substantial.
Yeah. And not add any weight, really. But I think that might actually do something, even though that's not the reason that was done originally.
The reason why we didn't core it out thinner on that wing was landing gear clips.
Yeah.
Because the correct way to do it would be to sheet it, then core it. And we cored it.
It was cored ahead of time.
Right. And then I
could see you can't put the landing gear clips in it and then core it because you got the landing gear clips in it.
Right.
Well, we'll just have to think it over. We'll have to devise a way to.
Maybe core it, put the landing gear clips in it, glue it back into when they glue it back together, do it in the shuck, And
we're just going to have to core it thin to begin with, put the landing gear clips in it, and then sheet it, and then, just like you normally would. Or you could put the link, be too far back.
Yeah, let's do my next airplane like that, because I like that. That turned out real nice on the Tucker.
Well, yeah. You don't have, like you say, you get rid of the starved horse look, and that was all what that was about.
I forgot all about it, to be honest with you. But here again, it's going to add it probably a half an ounce to the total airplane.
They used to make glider wings like that way. They would sheet the foam wing, core it out, but also had a spruce spar the whole length of the wing. I don't think that's necessary. But it's sort of built like a combat wing, only bigger. Have you ever looked at these Russian combat wings that are out there now? It's a foam leading edge with tissue paper on it and just ribs sticking out the back of it. And
see how mine was done was like a D-tube. It had a balsa spar.
just take a balsa spar, 1/8 inch or 3/32 or whatever, and full length, full height, and then notch out wherever your ribs are going to plug into it. Piece of cake.
Yep, I forgot all about that. Let's do that again.
Yeah, we built that here. I cut the foam cores, I know that.
Right.
I keep forgetting about it now. I built 2 wings now that don't have that. And if you're going to use 16th inch sheeting, you might even be able to get by with thinner sheeting.
Yeah, you gotta have something to sand to.
Well, that's the only problem with this idea of using thinner wood in different areas is that you lose your ability to have any sanding room.
I like sanding.
You have to maintain a certain portion of that.
This is gonna come out nice. Looks pretty crude, guys, as it is now. But tonight when I get home, and I sand this with 320, just a light sanding, it'll get rid of all these spots here and all the wrinkles. It'll be nice.
You've only got 2 coats of dope on that thing. It is already picking up a shine.
Yeah. I could put another coat on it. Matter of fact, I will.
He'll be living high on the hog when he goes home.
Plop it on there.
Well, it's mostly thinner anyway. I'll go on like water. You see, you still got about
Inch.
there's an inch in the bottom of this quart jar right there, and it started out at about a half of a quart jar, and that was half thinner. And he's added thinner to it. He keeps adding thinner to it until he gets these coats on this. That is one thing nice about a fully sheeted foam wing is that you can sand on the doggone thing.
Any of you guys know how Rich Gackabone is? He's a nice guy. He got involved with Wendy and the silver and his Stuka.
All the molding and
Yeah.
sticks to it. Yeah, it's a shame that fuselage isn't a lot farther.
It's ready to go together. But I don't want to put it together. I gotta have room. I won't get this wing sanded out, you know, sitting on the bench, on the piano stand. Work on a fuselage. I mean,
That's one of the reasons why Wendy kept going to all take apart airplanes was room.
yeah.
So much easier to work on components than it is to work on a full built airplane. But your weight penalty, 2, 3, 4 ounces. Take apart hardware.
So, this evening's video will be the sand out. The first round of sanding. That's what it is. These guys just watch me for the commentary.
Some guys just listen. There's a lot of guys out there that already know what's going on.
What I'm surprised is how many guys of the top guys are actually watching this program. They won't admit it, but I know they are.
Yeah. Well, they can say they're not watching it because they're listening to it while they're working in their shop.
Yeah.
I didn't really watch it, but I did listen to this and that. You never know. You never stop learning. The rugged stunt trainer has styrofoam wing with a wooden spar running the length of the wing. How many coats will you put on the wing?
Nothing's changed. It's 3 coats before the paper, then put the paper on and 3 coats after that, and then put the color on and then 3 coats after that.
Christopher Everson says, well, I have to go. Going to get back to work on my Viking and have some half-A plans printed out. Have a good one. All right, we'll see you, Christopher.
All right, Chris.
Paul Miller was the one that asked about how many coats. It's the same. It's still the diet. It hasn't changed. It will not change. 3 coats on the bare wood. Put the tissue on. 3 coats on top of the tissue. There may or may not be a 4th coat, depending.
Like this has got 3 coats on it now, but it's mostly thinner. So what'll happen is I'll get it sanded out and I'll spray a 60-40 coat of clear on it and then go to color.
it'll be white by then.
Yeah.
It's pretty white now, just a see-through white. But some spots you're getting it where you can't even see the wood grain. It gets whiter as it dries. That's pretty wet.
Right. I'm not gonna put any more on these flats. Like I say, I'm gonna spray these. Sand them and spray them.
Well, you can go back and watch the video again. You can pick up on the first 3 coats because he's not going to put 3 more coats on there.
No.
That's a joke. Take it as a joke. Just kidding. All this has been done in videos prior to this. Go back on Stunt. Get on Sparky's website on YouTube. And there's plenty of finishing videos on there that show exactly how to do this paint.
Polyspan videos, Silkspan videos. It's all the same. All you gotta do is there's a little magnifying glass in the upper right-hand corner. Type in the keyword and that'll search my channel for what you're looking for.
Search functions they work.
Of course, I could have done better with keywords and organization, but hey, I'm not doing this as a living. I'm not trying to make money at this. I'm trying to pass along information. There's my brush in the box there.
Yeah. He says, come get you with my shoe 3 scale should be here Tuesday.
Follow the instructions. It's pretty straightforward because I helped rewrite them.
Yeah, those Bradat kits normally have some pretty good instructions in them. And don't skip out on any parts of it. Build it
And if you
by
want,
the instructions because you might end up leaving out a part you can't get into it.
if you want to upgrade to some of the things that are not in the kit, then you can go to my shoestring video and see where I made a floating bell crank instead of the bell crank that they had. John, I don't think he wanted to change that, but he may have. I don't know. I haven't seen the instructions.
Have a platform bell crank in it.
Yeah. The compression spar is a very important part of the build. The life of the wing, in my opinion. I mean, them guys were old school builders.
You know, it might work fine for scale because they're not pulling the G load and all that stuff as a stunner, but you know, John, you'll find out when you get the kit if John added that compression spar.
I'm missing one hinge.
Got to realize, you know, Sparky built that before everything was finalized. Thought you picked it up and put it with the restaurant.
There it is. What?
Thought you put it with the rest of them.
I did, no.
You added that on your own. I like that idea. Yeah, well, it adds a lot of strength to the wing. Adds a lot of strength to the bell crank mount because it spreads the load out over a large area. Even if he didn't do it, it's an easy thing to add to any wing that you happen to be building. You could take an old Goldberg kit or whatever like that and maybe have to cut a couple new ribs for it, but still add a floating bell crank and a compression spar to it without any problem at all. I mean, once you've seen one, then you know how it's done and you just add it in there. So you may, like I said, you may have to cut a couple extra ribs. Well, you already got the ribs there from a kit. Just copy them and don't make the center cutouts in them, and put the compression spar in there, and then do the cutouts in the ribs. None of this stuff is rocket science. And half this technology hasn't changed for 50 years.
More than that.
Yeah, more than that. Them guys in the 30s and 40s were doing this stuff very easily.
Molding of wood, that was 20s.
Yeah. You go back and look at an old Japanese Zero. They used tapered plywood. Is that right? Was it the Zeros they used that in?
I don't know.
You got a couple runs up here. You might want to brush them out. Can't remember whether it's that or it's a Messerschmitt. They use tapered plywood sheeting on the wings. Don't need as much strength out towards the wingtip, so it makes sense not to use, say, 1/4-inch plywood from the root to the tip.
You want to see a German model airplane that almost won the war for him? The Horten 229. That was all plywood. It was the first stealth airplane.
The compression spar goes tip to tip, not top to bottom. Top to bottom are shear webs.
Yeah.
The
Compression
spar is when the wing bends, one's in compression, one's in tension.
Yeah.
So it runs on the trailing edge of the spar in a triangle shape, about 6 inches out on each wing. So it's about 12 inches long total, an inch wide front to back, tapers down to nothing, following and includes right to the back of the spar, flush on the inside of the sheeting. Then the hole goes through that and the top and bottom one of those to support the bell crank, and then it's a standard floating bell crank. Tom Morris makes them, or used to make them, and
Sig makes it.
Sig. You can use any kind of bell crank in there. You just have to center it in there and find some way to keep it centered and centered in the thickness of the wing up and down, and that's it.
Maybe I ought to make, I haven't done that, make a piece, top and bottom piece out of basswood and float a bell crank and just have it to show, you know, how it's in
I
there.
got a wing down there that doesn't have the aft sheeting on it. It's got the
I'll bring it up, let's show.
spar in it.
We're gonna get one and show you. I use fuel line to float my bell crank. You can use whatever you like. I'll sand that out real nice so it looks good. Yep. You can't see it, but I'll know it's there, so I like to sand them out so they look good. You never know when Jim Lynch is going to look inside my airplane. Hey, why didn't you do that? Love you, Jim. He got me good on the bottom of my airplane once. That'll be the last. A little bubble here. So I'm taking a knife, poking a bunch of holes in it. I'll slobber some dope on there, rub it in, and that bubble will be gone. It's just a little tiny bubble.
Pretty fragile right
I just cracked one on my rib.
Yep.
I hit that belt crank push rod and break it right there.
Turn it up this way so they can see the. Okay, this is the compression spar right here. It's an 1/8 inch piece of basswood, top and bottom. So we'll turn it this way. No, too far. Yeah, there you go. Sitting here and on the bottom there. So it's glued to the spar from there to there, and the bell crank is sandwiched between them, floating. That's what's called a floating bell crank. Pretty darn simple. Shoot. There we are. Down a little bit. Down. There we go. Right there. And that's how it's done. That fills the whole screen, so that's good close-up. That's good. All right. Paul says he got it. Good. All right. No.
I hate handling these things outside of the workshop. There's always something getting in the way before they get covering and stuff on them.
It's a pretty nice wing. 14 ounces.
No. It's about 9.5.
Yeah. It's gonna be 10. 11, be 12. Well, depending on your flat, be 13. It could be 14 ounces.
Probably. You can't build them any lighter.
You can if you had airwood.
Well, if I had airwood, I don't have airwood. That's a 5.5 pound load. I already cut the ribs out as much as you can cut front and back. Let's see how much this pig's gonna weigh.
Well, this is a turd. You're gonna need that foam block there. Started out 16 and a quarter, I think.
Okay.
$17.
$18.24.
Wow. Wow. It'll gas off some. It's still pretty wet.
Yeah, I guess all some, but not a lot.
It'll be 18 ounces.
18 ounces, yeah.
18. Let's see what the fuselage weighs. Keep the scale going. Let's see how much we got here. Now this is solid yet, and this is not hollowed, so.
29.08.
Plus 4 is 33.08, so we'll say 34. Plus 20, yeah, I still could be way under 60 ounces.
It won't be though. You got paper and all that stuff on there.
Paper's on it already.
Not the fuselage. And you got fiberglass, you got
Well, I added 4, so we'll say 6. So what is it again?
8.
28.
28.08.
28.08 plus 6.
29.08.
So we'll say 30. 30. Not going to take 6 ounces to finish this airplane from here. 36, okay, plus 37, 38. Plus 3 is 38, 39, 41, 2. Plus the motor, 42, 52, 55. It'll be under 60 ounces, or right at 60. It ain't gonna be much lighter than that, though.
No, if you come in at 62 ounces.
I'll beat 62. I'll quit painting. I'll quit painting at 60. And then it is what it is.
You gotta count them mystery ounces in there.
Of course, you got to remember, I'm going to take probably an ounce off of this.
Yeah. Really nice wing, thank you. I love this show. Hope I'm not being a pest with all the questions.
Nope.
My typing and the way I would word my questions could use some work. That's all right. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out one way or another. If we don't understand something, we'll ask. There are no dumb questions. Always remember that.
Only dumb answers.
There can be some pretty stupid answers.
I got to give the bottom side another coat, but I want to weigh that fuselage.
You know what? If we, when we take out those bales,
8.4 ounces.
Can't really see that, but
And that's too much, 8.4. So we'll take an ounce off. That'll be 7 ounce. It'll be a 7 ounce fuselage. That's decent.
be nice if it was 5.
Be nice if it was 4. Ain't gonna happen.
Stabbing elevators, 3 ounces.
Yeah. It's probably more than that now,
Unless you got some really, really light wood.
because this is covered doped. It's 2.8 plus the Hornets, 3 ounces, a little over 3. Let's see what the flaps weigh. I like these to be about a ½ ounce a piece, but I don't think it's there. 1.1 on that one. 1.2 on that one. So they're a little heavy.
Build them all over again. Done that many a time. Let's start from scratch. Well, we got 4 of them already. When we gonna get a good one?
Yeah, people don't realize when you're building a light airplane, you might go build 2 or 3 stabilizers.
Very easily.
Because if you're overweight you might as well hang it up.
If you're shooting for a goal, I mean, it's highly essential that you weigh it as you go along. Because at least that way you can tell what's adding the weight and what isn't. You can correct it, hopefully. Yeah, one stupid question is the one that wasn't asked. Before you started, not after you started.
As the canopy hits the overhead.
I'm thinking a good idea would be keep a journal including the weights as you go. Yes, not a bad idea whatsoever. I'm not a big journal guy, and neither is Sparky, but you're building up these things and you start knowing, well, this has to weigh this and that has to weigh that, and then it sort of becomes set numbers.
Here's the rule of thumb, the threes. The elevator stabilizer is going to be 3 ounces normally. The landing gear complete is going to be 3 ounces. The crutch is going to be 3 ounces. The motor crutch. So anytime you can beat any of those weights, it's like money in the bank. So if you got a 2 3/4 ounce stab, which is good, which is hard to do. I have built them, but
Half-ounce flaps.
yeah, half-ounce flaps if you can get them.
That's tough to do. I mean, we've tried all different ways. You can build them out of solid wood lighter than you can build them up or foam core them or anything like that, if you can find the wood.
This wasn't the lightest wood I had for these flaps, but I wasn't going to use my best wood for a second string airplane. If this airplane comes out 60 ounces, I'll be more than happy.
Because maybe I will go with the electric motor for the scale shoestring I'm going to attempt to build, if I live that long to get to that step. Yeah, Paul, I don't know how old you are, but none of us are spring chickens.
Ain't no kids doing this stuff.
Nope. You can't get them off the computer long enough to go out there and use their hands and get dirty and all that stuff.
You built it. How long did it take? 400 hours? 400 hours!
My God.
And most of that was standing. God, I want to sand.
An airplane finish is never finished. It's only abandoned. Thanks to Randy Powell. That is his saying, not ours. He's absolutely right.
That's close enough.
You get it as far as you want to see it, and you stop, and that's it.
And if nobody likes it, too bad.
Too bad, it's yours. It only has to satisfy you. That is, unless you're trying for something. If you have a goal in mind, I want to build a 20-pointer. Well, good luck.
Yeah, Gene
What I
Martin
gotta
did,
say with that.
but I'm sure I could have found a mistake on it.
Well, every airplane has a mistake. There's no 20-pointers. There
Yeah.
never should have ever been a 20-pointer. Never should ever be a perfect score on the pattern. Because there's a bobble somewhere. There's something. There's a bounce, bump, a bit dippy, or whatever. So, I think there's only been one of those, hasn't there?
Tom Warden. Perfect score. 40 appearance points and 40 on every... 40 points on that, 5 points on starting, and 40 points on every maneuver.
Can't be done.
No. Bob Whiteley was one of the judges.
They want to change the pattern and all this stuff. No, there's no reason to, because you can't master it as it stands, let alone change it to anything different. The only reason why you're changing it to something different is to have just something different. You know?
The reason why they want to do away with builder of the model rule is because everybody's so damn lazy.
Yeah, pretty much. Nobody wants to work. What's the quickest, easiest paint job that you can do? That's what they want. That's why they're trying for all this automotive clear stuff. You can shoot that stuff on and it's an inch thick and it looks really shiny and it looks super freaking good with no work.
That's true too. They do look great.
It lays out. It'll make a ratty looking airplane look spectacular until you get up close and look through the paint. And any kind of modeler that actually has done this over time will look through the paint. And you will see all the mistakes, the cap strips that aren't even, the joints that aren't tight, the glue line that wasn't sanded enough. You'll see it. It'll come out a year later for sure. If you don't see it right away, you'll see it later. Sit out in the sun for a couple days.
That's another thing you guys got to think about when you're building these airplanes is service. When these sit in the summer sun on the hot heat in the tarmac, the heat, well, perfect example is his airplane had a dent in the nose yesterday. When I got there, I saw that he complained about the dent, a month ago before the Nats or whatever. When I got there, I saw the dent. Well, when we left there, that black paint was so hot, the dent was gone.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. I'm like, hey, cool.
Is it back now?
No, it's still gone.
Well, it heated up and
It heated up and did something with the wood and whatever. And
I think that was in the wood, you know.
the wood is I'm not so sure it wasn't the heat from the engine though that may have originally sort of caused it.
Possible.
Because sitting there, you run the engine, you leave it sitting on its wheels, and it's right on the top, right above the engine.
And yesterday was so hot that it was on top of the paint instead of underneath the paint. Yeah.
And so, all the better is fine, but still, you set these things. This is a living thing. It was a living thing.
They never quit moving.
They always move. You never have an airplane 100% trimmed out. There's always some little idiosyncrasy that you could be working on, trim-wise or whatever.
You can't lock it up. Believe it or not, I learned about the lignin stuff from Charlie Reeves.
Did you?
Yep.
Knew about that a long time ago, back when they were using ammonia to break it down. Well, that's the wrong thing to do, I found out.
Makes it brittle.
Your wood will break real easy if you put ammonia in your water to mold it. You're better off just let it soak longer. If you're only soaking it for 5 minutes and it's not bended, put it back in the water.
I got that Rockler steam generator over there in my closet. We still need to get...
Put some hot water, some fresh hot water in there, and keep adding fresh hot water to it. Leave it sit in there for 2 hours or whatever. Bring it out, and normally a pretty hard piece of wood, you'll be able to bend like a pretzel.
That Rockler steam generator is brand new, never been out of the box.
I saw a guy that had one made out of PVC pipe.
Yeah, but the pipe will melt.
I don't know. Maybe if you're running it all day, every day. How long does it take to steam some balsa wood?
I don't know. I tell you what, it sure would be like a noodle when it came out of there, though.
And you build them out of wood, you got to use them outside because they leak water. Or if you build them out of wood, they leak water all over the place. I watch them steaming big boards for ships.
Yep.
They're building old ships, and they had these like looked to be about 2-inch thick by 12-inch wide boards, 18, 20 foot long. This big giant steam thing.
How I saw them doing that was the board was sitting on top of 55-gallon drums, and they had a great big plastic enclosure, and they had a steam generator down at the end, and they were blowing it in from one end to the other. And I'm talking about long boards, 30 foot long.
Yeah. This one, they had a box made out of wood. They had 2 or 3 pieces of this stuff in there. And I don't know how long they left it in there for. They didn't really show that part of it, but they showed them pulling the piece of wood out and putting it on the side of the boat and then bending it around and clamping it and screwing it down and all that stuff, pegging it. It was really neat to watch.
I don't like this rudder.
Those guys
Yeah.
are craftsmen.
My grandfather was a shipbuilder. You know what an ADS is?
Yeah,
ADS?
yeah.
What's it for?
Shaving wood.
For turning round logs into square ones.
Yeah, it's just it looks like a
Hoe.
hoe, sort of. Yeah.
Hoe with an axe handle on it, or a hoe with an axe head on it.
They normally had double-sided. You could use them 2 ways. Had one vertical and one horizontal.
At one time, I had my great grandfather's block plane that was 5 foot long. Smoke knives and all.
Yeah, a plane will only plane however long it is.
Yeah.
It's 6-inch plane on plane 6 inches.
All right.
Same way for straight edges. They're only good for the length of the straight edge. Level, if you got a level that's a 6-inch level, it levels 6 inches. It doesn't level any more than that. You know, we used to have levels for our studs and our walls that were 8 foot long.
I got a 5 foot level at work.
You know, it levels 5 feet. Of course, people try to level longer than that and move it up and down and all that stuff, and that works to some extent.
4-hour program today. Yeah, I think this airplane's a good candidate for stripping.
Yep, it's going to get it too.
Strippers over there in that bag. There should be enough to do the airplane.
Yeah, I probably got some around here too, if it hasn't dried up.
Oh, the end fell off here.
Look at that. That's a well-conditioned brush. You didn't have a single hair, did you?
One.
One hair? That's just because it's been used.
They're all out of it.
Yeah, they've already fallen out of it. The SIG brushes used to say SIG right on them, but they don't anymore.
It's because they come from China, California.
Yeah. China, California. Yeah, I think that airplane will have a couple things done to it. It'll have a new cowl made for it. And it'll be stripped and refinished and come out under 64 ounces. It's under 64 ounces right now. I think this one's 62 and a half. I'll build a different tank for it out of that lighter metal.
Why not do a fiberglass tank?
Well, by that time, maybe we'll have that. We really need to start working on that project.
Yeah, like we got so much time.
Oh yeah, there's tons of this. We're overflowing with it. Only so many hours in the day. I want to go to the hobby shop. If you ever go to the hobby shop up by the Dayton Mall, I know you're up there every whip stitch.
Not usually. I've only been there once without it.
For any hobby shop, look in the RC car area for foam tires.
Yeah.
See if you can find some. We can take them on the bandsaw and cut them to width.
Did you sand this with a file?
Yeah, can't you tell? I don't know what happened to it. It just got so bad and I couldn't get it out of it.
Dr. Green.
Sucks. Because it's everywhere. Everywhere you look.
A lot of work in this paint job.
Yeah. I had a lot of paint pull-ups too. Especially when I put that red line on there. That was the worst one for paint pull-ups that I've ever seen.
Now, I know you're not gonna want to hear this, but that red line should have been the first line painted. You paint that first, put a piece of, just spray a strip of red on there and then put the 1/8" tape down and then paint your white on there or whatever. You might have to block it with.
It's already all white. That whole airplane was painted white.
Yeah.
I mean, it was using your paint system, with only so much paint, but their whole airplane was white to begin with. And then I painted the checkerboards. And then I painted the yellow, and then I painted the red. And the red was the last one going on there. But I think it was all, I could have used a little more thinner. It, neither here nor there now. It's gonna be past tense here this winter.
Well, guys, thanks for watching. We've been on 4 hours, 15 minutes. I think the dose is good enough for today. I'll be back on later on this evening with the sand out of this wing. As soon as it dries up some, it's kind of green still. Turned out real nice. I mean, picking up a good shine. Could have stayed straight. Did it?
Pretty straight. Straight. Got a teeny bit of a click in it too, but I was not enough that I would still call it straight. These typically don't bow too bad. Pretty good. Good. This shouldn't bowed at all. Didn't.
This is trash.
Pitch it.
Huh?
Pitch it. No sense in saving it.
I'm gonna redo it.
Too easy to make a new one. Too easy to make a new one. These tips came out good. Came out real nice. See, you can use that stuff under tissue paper. You were always using that on top of it. It's easier to do it before you put the tissue on it. And it sticks okay.
No, that one still needs to float. It's got a little spot in it right there where you're, right?
Yeah, you can spot study that.
Right. Green.
Yeah, so yeah. Microfill.
But I hate it. I hate this spot right here on all the wings. They look like crap.
Yeah, and they always come down. There's a line, and then this, and it looks like it was added on there now, unless that's a movable surface, you
Right.
know, which a lot of guys will do.
We'll see how that
That
turns
one's
out.
got it. That's got the lightest adjustable tip weight surface that you can get.
Yeah. What have you been doing down
Yeah,
there?
we've been doing that there for 3 hours, making these. Jerry's wife. I showed him how to do that. That actually came from Mark Mesmer from Columbus area. And you can make it even lighter now. I use piano wire for that wire in there, and I should have used aluminum brazing wire. And made that even lighter. You're welcome, Paul. Banshee, you're welcome. Break time, yeah. Sparky's gonna be leaving. I don't know, he'll tell us what time he's coming on. Normally he comes on at about 7 o'clock.
Well, I'll leave that canopy in my car until after our event next weekend. We won't need it at FCM, or will we?
The tent,
Yeah.
it's only a 1-day event. We might be able to rob somebody else's
Or sit under the pagoda.
sitting space. I mean, we're only going to be out there from 8 until noon. It'll be over with at that point.
Yeah. I'll take the tent out after. When is Cleveland?
Two or three. It's the end of,
August?
or it's in October. I've got it written down somewhere. Oh, September 17th and 18th.
Well, shit, we got a long way to go. Yeah, I'm toting that shit around. Get up. I got more soap tissue here. Is this light or medium? Yeah, this is light. Put it in the bag. So I still got 4, 5 and a half, 5 and a partial Silkspan left. So that's enough to do a couple airplanes.
Yeah, you'd be good to go on that. Throw that out. That out. That out. We'll see y'all. Have a good evening, good day. Be safe.
You know what, I'm gonna take that partial piece home with me so I don't have to open up another pack.
Yeah, it's about the right size to.
Because I'm gonna have some sand throughs, I'm sure.
Have fun on your trip to see the spruce goose. Take some pictures and send us some pictures
Do what?
about seeing the spruce goose. Take some pictures and send us some pictures.
Post them on Stunt Hangar. All right, guys. Appreciate you watching. Thanks for the super chats. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for the memberships. Maybe I'll do a members only live chat. You know, like a what?
You wanted to know what time you're going to come back on this evening. I said normally about 7 o'clock, but that depends on
Right.
the day and what's going on.
I gotta go take a nap. I've been up since 3 o'clock.
Yeah,
All right. Who wanted to know?
I think it's Paul. I can't remember.
Paul Miller. Break time. Okay. Have a good day. Fair winds, tight lines. We'll see you.